funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, let's try this again, shall we? Good afternoon, greetings and all that. Welcome, welcome. Happy Leap Day. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. We're live today. Bill Squire is here, too. Say hello to him.
Hey, creepy hood.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
Blip. Poundcake's in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
The real G. I was out sick on Monday, and then I thought, well, let's try Tuesday. And I was miserable. So I took yesterday, said, well, clearly I need another day. And I think I'm well on the mend. So thank you for the cards, the flowers, the well wishes, the skywriting. That was unnecessary, but so appreciated. There was a chopper hovering over my house for about 20 minutes yesterday. I don't know what that was about, but I have to assume it was someone trying to coax me back into the studio. So thank you for all that. I thought we have to be in today on a day that isn't normally, this day doesn't exist all that often. Leap Day for people. If this is your birthday, I guess, that's pretty exciting. I don't know. They always say the people who are born in leap years, they either do like the thing where they celebrate a birthday every 4 years. And so by the time, they're getting their driver's license when they're 4, that whole thing, or they pick another day. And it would seem to me that you'd pick the day preceding it.
Or after.
Or after. You'd pick either February 28th or you'd pick March the 1st. But it stands to reason that because that day does not technically exist, 3/4 of the time, that you could put your birthday anytime, couldn't you? You know how like we celebrate people who celebrate Jesus' birthday in December, even though historically he's born in June. You could put your birthday wherever you want. You go, I've always...
And no one's checking your ID.
I'm kind of an autumn. You think that's what it is, though, your ID? I mean, if you were born on February the 29th, they're going to look at that and they're going to say, well, what do I do with this? They're not always getting their best and brightest work in the door.
I feel like most of the times when people have a leap day, they stick with a February birthday and don't go to a March birthday.
So February 28th rather than March 1
right.
is what they would probably do. Mary is going to be in here tomorrow, yes?
Yes, I have shows at the Funny Stop Comedy Club in Cuyahoga Falls this weekend. So coming home to do those. And actually, Saturday, if you call the Funny Stop, you can get 2-for-1 tickets for the shows on Saturday. Friday's almost sold out.
Well, there you go.
But if you want to come Saturday, you call in and go ahead and get them 2-for-1.
Well, I mentioned that because she'll be in here tomorrow, and then she'll be in here next Friday, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And next Friday is when we're going to do our Polar Blast punishments. Bill
That's
won.
next Friday?
That is next Friday.
Okay. I don't know why I thought it was going to be this Friday. I was like, great.
No, I have shows.
I don't want
we talked about it, but I'm like, I don't
want
to
throw that into the mix of how I've been feeling this week. So we'll do it next Friday. Poundcake, Mary, and I as the losers this year. We're doing the one chip challenge. Which,
we need to order those.
Yeah, I don't. We're gonna make it still a thing, I guess. But we're each going to do ours 1 hour of the show. So we'll rock, paper, scissors it, or Rochambeau it, or whatever. One of us will do it in the 2 o'clock hour. One of us will do it in the 3 o'clock hour. One of us will do it in the 4 o'clock hour. And then the 5 o'clock hour, of course, will be the triumphant return next Friday of one Dr. Ryan Berglund. So that last hour of the show, we won't have to talk much at all because he'll be talking to guys with like drippy penises and things like that,
What?
right? I'm sorry?
It's so gross to say it.
That is his life's work, Mary.
So your penis is leaking?
He's out there saving lives.
I know.
You know how many people have called this show over the years. These many years, that Dr. Ryan Berglund, purveyor of my own vasectomy, thank you very much. Over these years, people have called him and said,
by the way?
I'm sorry?
How's that going, by the way?
How is it going?
Still-
I mean, it's. Are you asking if I am still sewn up
You're still
in
vasected?
I am still vasected. Yes, as
Sperm's
far as
still
I know,
dead.
it's still there. I mean, nothing's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not impregnating my wife, if that's what you're asking.
So
And we're all the happier for it.
with the one chip challenge thing that we're gonna do, the way that I would like to do it.
We're not doing anything extra.
Well,
Nothing extra that was not in the deal.
It's
we
part
said
of
the
it.
chip.
No, you do the chip, and then you have to answer. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Questions.
That's
and
fine.
then once
Provided you come up with all the questions,
I'll come
that's
up with all
fine
the
with
questions.
me.
I'll do
Yeah.
that, and then you can take a sip of your drink after you get 3 right.
Now, what if my drink is like it is today, which is hot tea? Would
Whatever
that
you
be,
want.
Would that
I don't
be,
think that's a good idea.
Is that
your
recommended, Mary?
choice.
For the okay, I've never had one of
Usually
these.
it's dairy.
Dairy. I hate dairy.
Well, you can get like oat milk.
Oh, could I have
But
like
it's like-
yogurt in here or something?
Yeah,
whatever you
yogurt,
want.
oat milk, ice cream.
Beautiful.
You're providing.
Okay.
Here's what we'll do. You
I'm
guys
providing
provide
the
whatever
dairy.
you want to be your relief. I'll grab the chips.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. I've never had one of these hot. I like the band Hot Chip. I've never eaten one of these hot chips.
I mean,
These are the ones
that
that come in like the single
Yeah.
cardboard triangle or whatever. Okay. Well, we'll do that next Friday.
$15.
And I'll pay for them. You just order them or whatever. Send me the link and I'll buy them. I don't care. But
$15 a chip.
I'll buy them. You
There's a
come up
pack
with
of 2 for $24.
You send me the info and you come up with the questions.
All right.
So that'll be next Friday. Okay, so not hot throat coat tea next Friday then. Make myself a note here. But I think that'll be a lot of fun. We'll do that, and then Dr. Berglund will get in here. And who knows? Maybe we'll get a call like we've never heard before from someone desperately in need of help, and it might induce vomiting on us, which that'd be fun all the way around. You know, to this day, the rest of us, other than Bill, you know, conversely, whereas he usually wins the Polar Blast, he is the only person who's vomited in the studio. We are woefully behind in the who's puked in the studio. Now, he's never vomited in this one. We've never christened this room. But back at Oak Tree, of course, he famously
see Tool?
vomited right. Yeah, that's right.
Partied pretty hard,
But
still came in the next day.
That's right.
Because I am a man that, I don't want to miss work because I have a hangover. I think that's unfair to the show. So I came in and threw up.
I got to tell you, when I woke up Sunday morning, I'm actually, I wasn't prepared to be ill, but it could have been a lot worse. And there's a part of me that's happy that it's not for the reason that I thought it was. I think it's because, I have a second grader and school is a petri dish and who knows what they're bringing home. So I think, but my initial thought was, well, I'm at the point in my life where I can't go out and drink 3 nights in a row, which is what I had done last week. A variety of events that I had that just happened to come one after the other after the other. I wasn't drinking a lot, but each one of those nights I had consumed alcohol. And so Sunday morning, I was like, there was no hangover involved. I was like, something's going on. And so I initially thought, God damn it, I wore myself. I took a knock to the system because of going out 3 nights in a row. I think it's probably more likely that my daughter brought something home. But
Is she sick?
I was she was, like, there was this delay. She was like a couple weeks ago and then seemed fine, and she still seems fine, but that's usually when I get some, whatever. But I was like, boy, I really hope I'm not at that point in my life, because it doesn't happen often, but I really hope I'm not at that point in my life where I can't go out and do something 3 nights in a row.
I hope so,
That would really
too.
bum me out. I had the Static X show last Thursday. We had the Polar Blast on Friday. We were at a bar in Lakewood on Saturday for a friend's birthday. And then Sunday morning, I was like, I didn't have enough each one of those nights to be hurting or feel hungover, anything like that. So it wasn't like I went ham. But I was like, man, if that's all it takes. But I'm hanging my hat on probably something coming in
I
from
think
second
it's
grade.
sickness. Because
I just have a head cold. I mean,
you
I
don't
get
get a hangover where you're like, ugh, I have a cough. I have a real bad cough.
Yeah, but a
or
cough is what
alcohol.
I always get. So it's like I get sick once a year, and I cough, and it's very annoying because if it were anything else, like I don't have a headache, I don't have a sore throat. If it were anything else, it's just like my skin's on fire and I have a cough.
Mary, did you see the Hunger Game movies?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what Woody Harrelson looked like in those?
That's how Alan looks.
Don't
today.
give me a hard time for my hair, all right? I'm just.
I didn't say. I'm just saying you look like.
I didn't do
Haymitch.
anything with my hair.
You look like Haymitch from the Hunger Games.
All right. Well, wasn't he a much beloved character, Bill? Did he live through the whole series?
I think
No.
I think Haymitch made it to the end.
All right.
No, I think he might have sacrificed himself towards the end.
As tribute?
I don't remember.
Well, I will not be sacrificing myself. Sometimes you gotta let your freak flag fly, man.
Woody Harrelson.
I'm tired
So-
of pretending this thing's gonna like sit on the back of. I gotta. This thing's just gonna hang from now on. So like it or lump it. I don't care. Show me a picture of Woody Harrelson. I'll find it in the break. They had to put a wig on him because he doesn't have any hair. All right, I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch. Look at my glorious locks in living color at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Man, I was doing a cool 55 this morning on the shoreway coming into work, and people are flying past me on either side. So I don't know what people are talking about when they're talking about, hey, everybody drives in the shoreway like a bunch of turtles. Don't know what they're talking about. I know Poundcake's at 10 and 2 all the time because I get it.
I'm poor and I can't afford a ticket. That's all.
I just don't know where all these tickets are being given. I mean, people.
I'm
telling you, people were whipping around me. Either I was in the
There
middle.
are tons of people. We
Yeah,
always say
they
that. We say we don't drive fast on the
They
shoreway.
pick one.
I don't usually either. I just kind of found myself.
You get bullied. I don't blame you for doing it, but it is.
No. I was doing it before I realized I was doing it. I was coming off Clifton.
Because it's hard to get to 35 when you think about it.
Well, you just drop it down and hit your cruise control. But I mean, I was like, well, let's see what happens here, you know? Because they do sneak up on you with that 35. It's just kind of like right there. And, man, everybody was just whipping all around. I was like, okay. Well.
I had a guy, I was in the far left lane. There was a guy behind me, and then there was a guy right next to me going just a little bit faster than me, but not fast enough to where he was passing me. So the guy behind me was like laying on his horn and like getting real close to my bumper trying to intimidate me. I'm like, bruh, you're not paying for my ticket. You're not about to intimidate me. You're not about to speed. So then he jerks over and then gets behind the other car, and then there's another car like a little further up in the other lane, goes in between that car, goes all the way up, and then gets in front of me purposely to just show me like, you're doing it wrong, bruh. I'm like, I don't care. I know people speed. I know people are going to continue to speed. They pick one. Like the police just pick one, and they will pick it periodically, maybe towards the end of the month, maybe when, you know, they feel like doing paperwork, but but they have a lot to choose from. Is
They
what I'm
feel
saying.
like doing paperwork. You know, I haven't did paperwork in a while. That's why Bill Squire didn't become a police officer. It's not a paperwork
So
guy.
much paperwork.
Yeah.
When I'm behind a car that's going moderately like slow, but not quite 35, I can tell that they're going, because I may be going like 37, they're going like 41, because that's just what, like, they're going 6 miles over the speed limit, because if you get 7, then you can get a ticket, I guess. But nah, bruh.
No, I think people intimidating you into speeding up or slowing down is juvenile. But so I get where you're coming from. I was just surprised that I didn't even see a cop. Like I'm looking around and go, all right, so this is ostensibly where they're like lying in wait to get all these people who are flying by. Maybe it was an off day. Maybe the police forgot that today existed. Maybe there was a special dispensation for Leap Day. What do I know? So this chip you sent me, Bill, I feel worst for Poundcake because he had to do that chip. Or he did that. Was it the Reaper pepper that you did, Poundcake?
Yeah. Carolina Reaper.
Well, that's what these chips are. Okay.
I know.
Okay.
That's why I say I'm not doing anything extra. Like,
no, I'm with you. And
you just gotta answer a few questions. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
I'll do my best. But if you deprive me from water, I'm swinging.
No, we're not depriving you of anything.
Put your dukes up.
You get the.
It's gonna score up on you if you
Yeah,
say that you can't have water.
You get the. Well, you can have water. Water makes it worse. You can't have. You just go along with the bit, man. Why do you hate entertaining our audience?
Here's Poundcake from the.
This is the
shot collar.
It is shot collar.
Damn it.
Yeah.
No,
we didn't get great audio because
because there was a lot of coughing. And,
no, there was a.
Bleh.
You can't something. Well, my saliva was like fire or something. You can't cheat your saliva. I forget what. There were some quotes out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll order these then because these are Carolina Reaper chips. You know, because people keep texting me their horror stories, and that's nothing that I want to engage in. But
there's no upside.
A deal's
to
a
it.
deal. No, I understand that. It's just I don't want to be like blown out for 48 hours because of some dumb, thing.
Some chip.
Yeah. Pocky's taking them off the shelf and giving refunds because parents had There were a couple of instances where kids.
There was a kid that died.
One kid died.
Come on,
you know.
man. Is this like not good? Are we gonna?
No,
is
I
this
think
gonna
there's
hurt our insides.
Well, of course,
Yes,
yes,
it is.
Yes,
no,
of
no,
course.
No, I don't mean like physical pain. Like, is it gonna erode my stomach lining?
No, nothing like that. But I mean, you will be crapping battery acid for 48 hours. So,
man, right when I get
Alan, one of my coworkers ate one of the blue chips, and he was puking blue and lying on the floor in the bathroom at work. Well, that sounds a little extreme. I mean, Poundcake did it.
Well, they also said I was a pussy because I had the dried Reaper. I didn't have the one.
That's
fresh
still worse
from the
than
garden
anything.
with
Huh?
They said it wasn't fresh from the garden with the juices, so it would have been
We
way
get
worse
it.
had it been fresh.
Well, we're not trying to kill people. We just want them to be a little punished for a few minutes.
Right. For losing our polar blast.
People are like, oh, I can't believe you guys didn't tie him up and like drag him through the streets because he didn't win the polar blast.
And this is why every year I think the punishments have served their purpose. I don't think we have to keep doing them in perpetuity. But I'm also, hey, I'm Captain Fun, right? I'm down for whatever. But there's diminishing returns on them. And at the end of the day, they're never enough for people. You can never do enough.
I don't know, man. Bowl cut was pretty good for people. They were pretty happy about the bowl cut.
I guess, but that's fine. It's funny. You get a driver's license out of it, and, you know, but
the nails I made the best of because
that's fine.
I was taking pictures
Fine.
with my roommate's Audi, and I liked the look of it. I was like, ooh.
The nails was funny.
On my way to get
You say Audi or Audi?
I said Audi.
Huh.
I heard that's the right way to say it
Audi?
because I was on the bonfire last summer and I said Audi. And they were like, that is not the name of that car. It's an Audi. Like it was like a full 3 minutes of Bobby Kelly and Big J. Okerson roasting me for saying Audi.
I was going to say, well, the guy that had it, he called it an Audi, so.
I always thought the official pronunciation from the car company was Audi.
That's
like a belly
what
button.
I said, and they made me feel like an absolute idiot.
I've always said Audi.
I feel.
All right, how to pronounce Audi. Hold on, let's see if I can find it here.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of this German car brand.
Who's this guy?
It's on YouTube.
How do you say it? The pronunciation of Audi, not
Not Audi is what the guy says. All right.
Audi. So
Well,
wait, which one?
there you go.
Which one is the? So
Audi
how did you
is-
say it, Mary?
Audi. Like Outtie.
Yeah. Right, and apparently they were making fun of her.
And but that was right.
Oh, well.
Well, noted lexicologists, the guys on the bonfire,
Yeah.
were apparently. Anyway, I
That's that East Coast thing where they're like, no, we're right about everything. And it's like, no, you're so dumb.
Well, I was genuinely curious because I've always said Audi. Like back in the day, it was like Audi 5000. You know, like when I was in junior high. But I didn't know. I like the car a lot. I have
Then
just
get one.
I might
Do it.
Maybe that'll be my retirement. I've always coveted an Audi TT. But this certainly is not the climate for it, so it would depend on where we were going to be after Ohio. But I've always said Audi. I was pretty sure that's what it was. I'm sure there are people that will tell me that I'm wrong on that. But maybe we should call someone there at the factory in where do they make Audis, in Germany? Maybe we should call the factory there and see. Sprechen Sie English? They're in Ingolstadt, Germany. Guten Tag. Como se dice Audi? I think that's German. Anytime you want to leave us a message, you can do it on our After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, heard you guys talking about misheard lyrics. Growing up, I was listening to Tina Turner's Better Be Good to Me. There's a line there. She says, should I be frightened by this lack of devotion? I always heard it as, should I be frightened by the looks of Billy Ocean? Gene from Parma.
Gene from Parma.
Gene from Parma. Man, I love that song. That, Poundcake, you know that, yeah? You Better Be Good to Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's from the early 90s, late 80s maybe, and I love that song. So he thought, hold on.
Should I be frightened by your lack of devotion?
Should I be frightened by the look of Billy Ocean? I mean, that's as good as anything else. But God, what a great goddamn Tina Turner song. Oh, so good.
That's not my favorite, though.
Well, that was like in her heyday. I just remember because it was on It wasn't on Private Dancer. It was on the one after that. What was the one after Private Dancer? Or maybe I
don't know her albums that
early 90s, she was doing like Simply the Best and all that stuff. It was on one of those. But one year for Christmas, so it would have had to have been smack dab in the mid 80s. One year for Christmas, I got the Miami Vice soundtrack on cassette because I was way into that show. And all the Miami Vice is on Prime Video, I found out. And you can go back and watch, it's a full-on 80s show, obviously. Even for its time, it was ridiculous. But they had... I
had a synthwave playlist going the other day, and it felt like an episode of Miami Vice. Just driving around in my car. It was one of those sunny days, and I was just like, yeah.
Yeah, so good. And they had that song on there. It was like all the not the score, not the Jan Hammer score, but the songs that they got from... like Glenn Fry, because he did a lot of original music for Miami Vice because he was on the show occasionally. And they had Better Be Good to Me. I was like, God, it's so good.
My Ho anthem is Private Dancer by Tina Turner and Smooth Operator by Sade.
By Sade? You mean Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominee Sade Poundcake? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
Wow. All right.
Sade rules.
Yeah.
I just picture myself dancing to Smooth Operator or Private Dancer with a guy laying on the bed with his pants half unzipped with a cigar in his mouth looking at me.
Wait,
like that's just what I imagine.
He's describing Billy Ocean, as a matter of fact. His pants unzipped. He's got a cigar.
I'm slowly unbuttoning my shirt. I have taco meat on under these. Like I'm not wearing a shirt.
Uh-huh.
But that's literally what I'm doing as he's like smoking his cigar. He's like, one more.
What?
Keep going.
I'm
your private dancer.
Uh-huh.
Dance for money.
God, why is it got to be like that?
That's how she says it.
Why not? No, why does it have to be like when you do it like that? Why does it have to be like that? Screaming.
This is how he gets into the moment. You know?
I know. He's doing his own thing.
He's doing it.
Well, anyway, thank you, Gene, from Parma.
Oh, I'm going to be in Parma Heights tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, Bill and I are going
mini
out.
hoops.
Yeah. Bill's going to be out tomorrow night. I'm going to be out Saturday night.
I'm going to be at Rookies from 7 to 9.
Love Rookies.
And so they're all up at WMS.com. You go to calendar to see where we're going to be. But I'm doing half of them. Alan's doing half of them. And then you're doing the finals because I'll be in Omaha.
It's going to be so fun. So tomorrow night, Bill is going to be at Rookies from 7 to 9. That is in Parma Heights. And then Saturday night, I'm going to be at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights from 6 to 8. And we're doing, it's like Pop-A-Shot.
Yeah.
Do you still have yours at Squifle Tower?
No, I gave it to my buddy.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I just hadn't
So
played
you're
it
rusty.
in a while. I'm a little rusty, yeah.
Okay.
I hadn't played it in a while, and I needed some more room. So I was like, you know what? If you want to come and get this, it's all yours. And he lives right up the street from me, so he's like, well, I'm going to put it up in my garage, so anytime you want to come and play, just let me know. I'm like, all right. So I have access to it. I just don't.
Well, I'm looking forward to this because the last time I did Pop-A-Shot, mini hoops, whatever you want to call it, at like main event, I murdered. So I'm hoping, now obviously I can't compete in this, but the people who compete, the end of this whole thing
I always
is,
do little side bets and stuff with.
Do you? Prop bets?
Yeah, why not?
The end of this whole thing is $10,000 in Vegas.
Shut up.
I'm serious. So these are
They win?
these are these are qualifying events to go to the finals in Vegas.
Can you guys? You
No.
guys can't qualify.
We can't.
No, we can't. No. We're not.
So it's us and Bud Light. We're gonna be, but again, like Bill said, go to WMMS.com, hit the contest there. But Bill's gonna be out the first one tomorrow night with Bill, 7 to 9 at Rookies in Parma Heights, and then 6 to 8. I'm basically doing every Saturday in March.
Yeah.
And then this Saturday night early, 6 to 8, I'll be at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights.
I have some on Thursdays. I have some on Fridays. So I'm doing the Thursday, Friday ones. But it starts all tomorrow, Rookies, Parma Heights. And just go to WMMS.com, check the calendar. It's all there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We will get 2 winners per event, by the way. So each one of these stops that Bill and I do, 2 people will be finalists. And then everybody will come back for the finals on March 23rd. That one winner from Northeast Ohio will go to Vegas and compete for the $10,000. Courtesy of Bud Light.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're competing against other winners from different regions, right?
But still.
That's still cool, though.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you could conceivably come back with 10
Man,
grand.
I could win
You
this
could win the whole thing.
I
That's what I
could have
was
won
like,
this whole
that-
thing.
You shouldn't have said, well, I guess
Yeah,
you're still an employee, so
Yeah.
you wouldn't have been able to participate even if you weren't hosting.
Yeah.
Nope.
But it's cool. It's very exciting. And I know there's a dude in Cleveland that people send me his video all the time. So
I would
if he
love for
shows
somebody
up-
from Cleveland to win.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Hell yeah.
Be great.
But yeah, that's exciting. Now, the last time we did this mini hoops thing, COVID. So hopefully that
really?
doesn't happen again. Yeah, we did it, and it was right when things were starting to get shut down, and people were kind of like, oh, I don't know. So we just everybody's just going through tons of hand sanitizer because we didn't even things hadn't shut down yet. People were just starting to shut things down. So
Right.
everyone's like, we don't
Clean
know.
those balls in between each
Yeah, we did.
round, you know?
We did.
You
Hey, get out there
Yeah.
and clean them balls. I want to grab your dirty balls.
We cleaned the balls between each person, and I mean, we're doing everything we could because we're just trying to get through it.
Well,
And
this
we
is
never
the-
got to the finals though, so
this
that one
is
had to end without a real winner.
The triumphant return of the Bud Light Mini March. Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge.
I'm excited for that. The reason I can't do the Saturday ones though, is because I got some stand-up dates, and this Saturday I'm going to be in Willoughby, and you know who's going to be working the door?
Who's going to be working the door in Willoughby?
Yeah,
Cody.
that's right.
What?
Poundcake's my door guy this weekend.
Is this a bit?
No,
No,
Well, how did you? Why are you the door guy?
he just asked me to do it.
and I'm paying him well.
Oh, this is your show. He's not working the door for the bar. He's
Not
working
the
for
boat,
your
but
show.
Yeah, he's going to be the door guy, checking everybody in and their tickets.
Why are you doing this, Cody?
He asked me to?
He's paying you to do it.
Yeah.
If he had asked you and said, "Hey, could you do me a solid?" you would have said,
Well, yeah, I have to make a living, so.
Well, I
mean,
understand. I just want to be clear.
It's a quick.
Just
I mean,
start OnlyFans already, dude.
No, I'm not going to start OnlyFans. I
All
don't
right.
want to do OnlyFans.
Bill's got you by the short and curlies.
No, I mean.
I did it as a fair because I'm paying him. He's doing an hour's worth of work, and he's getting a good chunk of money for it.
What are you paying him for an hour?
$50
All right.
Yeah. No.
to check names. Like it's not.
Yeah,
but
I get it.
and show people to their table. So he's. I want to help him out.
Is he
I
gonna
know.
do is he gonna do a
Private
type 5?
dancer.
What's that?
Is he gonna do a type 5?
You want to do a type 5?
That's extra.
We'll talk
No,
about that.
you
'Cause
are
I'm
a
gonna
completely unproven comedian. Why would he pay you one thin gilder
Don't
for
ask me to
5
do
minutes?
extra stuff.
Huh?
That's extra. Like if
He just asked if you wanted
Do you want
to.
to? Do you? If you want to, I'm going to be in Lorraine the following week. Do you want to do the door and a little set there?
No.
No.
No, he doesn't want to do that.
Be in front of all those people that probably know you.
No.
All right.
I don't want to do a type 5.
All right. Well.
You want to do a loose 5?
Yeah.
A wide 5.
A girthy 5.
All right. Well, that'll be fun for you guys.
No, it's gonna be a good time.
Anybody who goes, you'll be seeing 50% of this show. It's
Hey,
exciting.
If you don't want to do any of those 85 other things the show's doing this weekend, come see me at the Funny Star.
They can do both. Your shows aren't till late.
Well, there's two shows. There's a 7:30
Yeah, you
and a
can-
9:30.
They can still see. Well,
Well, they
they're
can
not
check
gonna,
you out on Friday. See me on Saturday.
Look
So,
at that.
BillSquire.com for those tickets for me. MarySantora.com for tickets to see her.
And kiss a butt.
And kiss a butt.
Wow. Okay. That's yeah. Oh, guys, I've got terrible, terrible breaking news that's just been sent to me here.
Show exclusive news update.
Well, Guy Fieri's Flavortown Fest has been canceled. This was supposed to happen, of course, down there in Columbus, and it's not going to happen. Of course, ye old unforeseen circumstances. You know, that's what sucks about unforeseen circumstances is you never see them coming. It was supposed to happen in June at the lawn at CAS. I'm not familiar with Columbus then. A 54-acre campus near the appropriately named Olentangy River. Oh, no.
I think it's
so,
Olentangy, isn't it?
I wish it were Olentangy,
I think it's
but
Tangy,
you're
yeah.
probably right. If the Flavortown Festival was on the banks of the Olentangy River, oh, that would be great. So if you bought your 2-day passes for $155, that just gets you in, right? You're still paying tent to tent for food.
Oh, I don't know
Probably.
about that. I think if you
Because they usually do like bite-sized
Yeah.
little samples.
You're all in at $1.55 a piece?
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
usually
it's
for
like
those
little-
food
yeah.
festivals. Yes,
All right. Taste
And
of
then you-
Chicago, you got to pay for everything.
you might have to pay
at
for
the-
drinks,
Yeah, all
but
right.
Yeah.
usually each little station has like bite size. Like,
Oh,
oh, here's
okay.
our signature dish or whatever.
All right. Well, listen, if your summer plans involved Flavortown Fest in Columbus in June, it is no longer happening. Dave asking me what he's going to do with all the donkey sauce that he bought. I don't know what that means, but I assume it's got something to do with Guy Fieri. So my condolences to people who had those tickets. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 want to send me a text. The Black Crows of the Buzzard. Saw the Black Crows we were talking about Tom Petty last week, or earlier this week. I have no sense of time anymore. We were talking about Tom Petty, and there's a Tom Petty tribute album that's coming out. I don't know if the Black Crows are on it. Since the Robinson brothers have kissed and made up, at the one time I saw Tom Petty was with the Black Crows. It was out at Star Lake Amphitheater in Pittsburgh. It was my 34th birthday present. My girlfriend at the time bought us tickets for the Black Crows and Tom Petty. And there was somebody else on the bill, too. I don't remember. Maybe if somebody else went on that tour, they remember who it was. But it was like mid-June of 2005. And it was Black Crows and Tom Petty. And it was a good show. Cavaliers lose to the Chicago Bulls. Boy, you don't see that every day.
Double overtime, yeah.
You don't see that every day. 132-123, the final at the United Center last night. Tomorrow night, they will be in Detroit to play the Pistons, who are still looking for their 9th win. Who's going to give it to them?
Cavs just missed the 40-20 rule, which is you're more likely to win the championship if you get 40 wins before you have 20 losses, and they just got their 20th loss, and they have 38 wins. So they're super close to...
Oh, that's like some bit of arcane data or statistics?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, basically, to a person, and I take their word for it because they've owned them, it's Audi. The automobile. So we're correct in saying that, yes. People, and by the way, because people were like, oh, just watch one of their commercials and see what they say. Good luck trying to find an Audi commercial where they say the name of the car, because they're leaning heavily on that logo. You know, you get into those luxury cars and they're all like too cool for school. So it's a lot of voiceover, but nobody says the name of the car. Unless it's Mercedes-Benz. John Hamm gets paid a lot of money to talk about Mercedes-Benz. And I know they discontinued the TT, but I would imagine... You know, I have no designs on retirement. I don't even know what that word means. But somewhere down the road, maybe there'll be, there's a lot of them still out there on the resale market. And maybe someday down the road,
something similar, I'm sure, when you are ready to make that purchase, get that car for yourself.
Alan, I'm not sure if you reported on Richard Lewis. He was on your best of yesterday. So Richard Lewis died, and it was not a coincidence that I aired our conversation with Richard Lewis. It just worked out that the story broke, and I was able to air that. I thought we couldn't do a tribute to Richard Lewis, but I think we all considered him top of the heap. I loved Richard Lewis.
Great guy,
going
very
all
funny
the
guy.
way back.
Yeah.
Very funny guy.
It was cool to when he was in here. That was one of my.
You had just
moments.
joined on the show.
Just joined the
too,
show. I think he was one of the first people we had on the show since I joined the show, and I was so excited to meet him. He was great.
So one person had emailed me asking if I was in the Illuminati because they heard the Richard Lewis segment yesterday on the Sum Up show before they heard that he died. And I was like, no, that wasn't coincidental. When we got the news that Richard Lewis died, I'm like, oh, I'm going to swap out a segment here and air the one conversation with Richard Lewis. I worked with him 20-odd years ago at the Pittsburgh Improv, but I had never had him on the program other than just that one time. And it was a lot of fun. He had been suffering from Parkinson's, but I guess he technically died of a heart attack. And so he was at home. I just watched, and I guess I didn't realize it, in all these write-ups and obits, they mentioned that the most recent episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm is his last appearance in that show, and I didn't realize that because I just watched the latest episode, and Richard Lewis was in that. And it is weird because he's been around for so long that different generations have different touch points on him. Because I read one obituary where it practically listed his IMDb, and at the end it said he was also a very successful stand-up comic, which to me would seem very, very backwards, you know. But he had done things. He had acted throughout his career. He did a show called Anything But Love with Jamie Lee Curtis in the early 90s. That was a big hit for ABC at the time. But, yeah, Richard Lewis was on this show one time, about a decade back, probably a dozen years back, he was on. And he was in Robin Hood Men in Tights, which was just a terrible, terrible movie, but it did have...
I love that movie.
One young Dave Chappelle, and it had Richard Lewis in it. And he had done sitcoms along the way. He did a sitcom way back with Don Rickles that nobody really watched. That's one of those shows I think they canceled after like 4 episodes. But that Anything But Love was like a big hit for him. Late 80s, early 90s. So he was at home in L.A., had suffered a heart attack, and died. But I have old clips of him. You know, when we had Paul Reiser on, I whipped out one of my old cassettes to pull a Paul Reiser clip, and he couldn't even remember where it was from. And that's where I got all my early Richard Lewis, was in the mid-'80s, those comic relief things. They did these, comic relief was this kind of cavalcade of comedians at the time to benefit the homeless. We used to have telethons for the homeless. HBO would put this on, and it was Robin Williams, Billy Crystal, and Whoopi Goldberg who put this together. And they called in all their favors and basically had, like, you know, the biggest comedians of the day. And then here and there are a few up-and-comers. A lot of them have since passed on, Richard Lewis being the most recent.
I'm thrilled to be here. I'm excited. I'm just a little paranoid tonight. I haven't performed in a couple of months, and yet, hey, I'm paranoid about everything in my life. Even at home, on my stationary bike, I have a rear view mirror, which I'm not thrilled about. And sadly, my last shrink, she retired about a week ago. I'm freaked out, and it was sort of a nightmare. She was only 24. I guess I burned her out real fast, and the last session was unbelievable. She set herself on fire. She ran out of the session going, "No mas, no mas," you know. So what do? I'm on the road. I'm a comic. You know, you go to these clinics. There are all these rip-off clinics now. I was in Dallas. I had this therapy amusement park, Six Flags over Bellevue, you know. And but hey, what's my problem? What's your for me? I have bad posture. I have low self-esteem. I'm unhappy about it. I could blame my parents. I want to blame my parents for practically everything. Look. After high school, I said, what should I do? I have no idea what I should do. And they went, well, we think you should run away with the circus. And that wasn't good for me.
So, rear view mirror on a stationary bike is a great joke. It's just a great joke. I'm paranoid. I have a rear view mirror. It's kind of old school, but that's kind of where he came from. I mean, that was his thing. Love Richard Lewis. And, of course, Larry David. They were best friends since camp. Hated each other initially. People who have done deep dives on both of those guys know that. But Richard Lewis was 76. And this is a guy who had beaten a lot of stuff, boy. He was way into cocaine, and he was a drunk for a long time. He had done movies didn't he do a movie called Drunks back in the day?
I don't know.
Where it was kind of a fictionalized version of himself in that movie.
The first movie I remember seeing him in was called Once Upon a Crime, and it was this cast of, it was like John Candy and Jim Belushi, Sybil Shepherd, and
like a wacky kind of movie.
Wacky, whodunit, figure him out. But I always loved him in that movie, and I haven't seen that movie since it came out, but that was my introduction to him, and then I saw more stuff, and I'm bummed out. The guy was great.
He was in a movie called Drunks. It aired on Showtime in 1995. It was a drama. It was him, and it was Faye Dunaway, and it was Parker Posey when she was a young girl. And so a kind of dramatized version of what that dude had been going through. And so he kind of famously overcame all that stuff. That's why you have to think, when you celebrate someone's sobriety, like our own Mary Lynn Santora.
Sunday 5 years.
This Sunday will be her 5-year sober-versary. Is that the preferred nomenclature?
Sure.
Your
Some people even
your
say happy birthday.
non-drinky day. Happy birthday, because it's the first day of the rest of you were reborn.
Yeah.
It's like when Poundcake, very briefly, was born again. He became celibate.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
As though that has anything to do with anything. But he did it his way.
I was trying to erase my bodies. I was trying to roll back some miles on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good little...
He was trying to change his hodometer.
A celibacy streak. That was 4 months where I just...
Trying to Ferris Bueller that shrimp.
Wanted to kill everybody during that time.
You wanted to kill everyone.
I love that, like, 4 months is a long time, but there's plenty of people out there that are like, 4 months? Well, that ain't nothing. I haven't had sex with, and I have a husband, and I've had sex for 4 months.
4 months is a long time.
That was like 22, 23. So it's a lot.
Oh,
it's
no,
a long time for 22
listen,
and 23-year-olds.
It's a long time. I don't think I've gone that long, or maybe I've gone about that long in my adult years after I started doing it regularly. Like, because the first time I had sex was in the Philippines, and then had like a little 1.5 year break, and then once I started, the train kept going for a while.
Problem is, I never had a serious relationship. Like, I hadn't had my longest relationship was 4 months. So unless I had a regular friends with benefits, which I really didn't, I was sleeping with a bunch of people.
Strange, yeah.
Yeah. So it was a long time, and it was a lot of people during that period. Like, I had to have that cleanse because I don't even know my body count anymore. I really
have
don't.
to. It's not important.
I mean, I couldn't
As long
even...
as you don't have anything or you're not
Yeah, as long as
spreading
you-
it around knowingly, whatever.
You know, I mean, I couldn't if I tried. Like, I thought it was... I was always paranoid to go get, like, a STD test because I thought it was, like, on the TV shows, like, all right, you have to give me the last... name the names of your partners that you've had. I'm like, I don't know, bitch. Like, so I was always scared. I'm like, I'm gonna get judged by this lady. I
No,
never once
listen.
got asked
The
who the names
weirdos are the ones who could remember every person, right? Most of what she probably got from people was, I don't know.
And I was like, I don't even know if they're giving me a real name. Like, I was like, Tim, if you could find, if that's his real name, like, you know.
Tim.
He said Richard Rufus Kroll. I don't know if that means anything to you, but
Do you have a number, sir? I got his Grindr profile account if he didn't block
If
me.
he's still active, yeah.
If he didn't delete it. So there's no way. I can't even get mad at anybody if they were to do something because I'm like, I don't have any traces to you.
I got a text that says 4 months, 40 years, and still going.
Jeez.
Well, I think you...
Imagine you've never done it.
Moses?
Because at some point...
I would rather not do it than
Come
do
on, Moses was banging.
But at some point, you're going to go...
the desert for 40 years?
Yeah, but not without a little something on the side.
You don't
So
think so?
dry out there. So
It's
dry.
That's what I'm saying. It's dry. He's on, like, he's doing literally the Lord's work.
He had a wife.
What do
Part
you
of the
think
word-
they meant by part the Red Sea, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Period. Sex in the desert.
Hey-oh.
I feel like if you've never done it, that's better than doing it once and then not doing it again for 40 years. Because you can't miss what you never had. You don't know what it's like. So that's
You can
okay.
you can't miss what you never had, but you can be haunted by the knowledge that you've never had it, and it's just wasted time. You're never going to make that up,
But like if you did it,
and you're not getting good prime like banging time. You know, if you lose your virginity like 45, you're losing it with people your age. First of all, you're not losing it with another virgin. You're having sex with people your age.
I was like, go get a prostitute at that point. Like, if you want it that bad, it's obtainable.
Maybe they don't. Some people are asexual.
You get on the internet. You can go to Vegas or some part of Nevada where they have it's attainable. Like, ugly people, gone are the days where ugly people can't get laid.
You can get an ugly hoe in Northeast Ohio. You don't have to go to Vegas.
But I'm saying, if
I actually heard that if you make an ugly woman your wife, you're actually going to have a happier life.
Yeah. That's what I heard too. One final note on Richard Lewis before we move on from him. He and John Candy were in John Candy's last movie. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, Wagons East.
Wagons East.
That's an underrated movie.
John Candy had a heart attack in the last days of the film's production. And talk about underrated, it is one of the rare movies that has 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Nobody liked that movie.
Maybe I just like it because I love John Candy. And
I liked it. I mean, I was younger.
It's
and it
a
was,
stupid. It's a hilarious premise. It's that they all went west and like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Let's go back east. All this stuff is undeveloped and it's so much work. Let's go back. We're getting attacked by Indians.
Yes.
Let's go back east.
Yeah. This Jimmy Soul, he had it right, man. You make an ugly woman your wife, you'll be happy.
If you wanna be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. So from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. A pretty woman makes her husband look small, and very often causes his downfall. As soon as he marries her, then she starts to do the things that will break his heart. But if you make an ugly woman your wife, you'll be happy for the rest of your life. An ugly woman cooks meals on time. She'll always give you peace of mind. If you wanna be happy for the
This guy died young too. Jimmy Soul, he's a big cocaine head when he got popular and cokehead, and he died of a heart attack. He was in his mid-40s, but he sold 1 million copies of this song. I mean, people weren't selling 1 million records that frequently back then. But I think it's essentially a cover song. But anywho, there's that. No, but I digressed there. When you're celebrating someone's sobriety, like our own Maryland Santora, will be celebrating 5 years this Sunday. Simply nobody know how many months that is, but down the road, we could be seeing her performing a fictionalized version of her younger self, a la Richard Lewis in the movie Drunks.
Drunky drunk.
It could be Drunks 2. Here comes Mary Lynn. I don't know.
Late for court red.
I'll let you work out the particulars. But, Richard Lewis, that's a real bummer. You knew it was going to, he hasn't looked good in a while, so at least you were visually prepared for that to happen. I mean, you figure he was on Curb Your Enthusiasm and probably getting the best hair and makeup people, in the biz. But he kept the long hair his whole life. He was always, I don't think he ever married, but he was, dating, by his own admission, dating women out of his league for a long, long time. Actually, he did marry. I think he was married when he died. He might have gotten married a while back, but Richard Lewis is pretty solid.
Ugly Man Marriage song, the same bedbug guy?
No, I don't think so.
Ugly Woman.
The original, I think that original bedbug song, it's called it's called Transformation or something. It's Harry Belafonte did the original bedbug thing.
Oh, they sounded the same.
Well, everybody's singing in that kind of doo-wop, island vibe. They all kind of sound the same.
Yeah.
But Ugly Woman is a calypso song. So this guy took that same kind of meter and did something with it. I don't know what the original Ugly Woman sounds like, though. I think it was a Jamaican band. Roaring Lion from 1934 did Ugly Woman. This was a guy who called himself Roaring Lion. I don't know if he's a Rasta artist or what. Anytime.
And I'll get on you. A pretty woman makes her husband look small. And very often causes them fall. As soon as she married her, and then she'll start to do the things that
I need subtitles. That's tough to understand.
Well, the recording process was quite rudimentary back then, and you can leave messages. People like to do it. We're gone for a couple days or weekend or whatever. The after-hours line is always there for you. It's 216-986-8903.
Hello. Tom Petty sucks. And here's my impression of him. Tonight we rain around. Any old song.
Dude, Tom Petty's so good that just listening to this guy do an impression of him.
Maybe you want to hear Tom Petty.
Rocks.
I know. I wish that guy'd sing the whole song.
Tonight we rain around. Any old song.
Yeah, he didn't know what he's doing. Son of a bitch. Great song. You Wreck Me, Baby, off of Wildflowers. Brand new Tom Petty here at 100.7 WMMS. My wife walked down the aisle to Wildflowers from Tom Petty when we got married. Beautiful song, beautiful album, beautiful man. who was brought low by his addictions. Well, some people can escape, some can't. Some people, like our own Marilyn Santora, celebrating 60 months sober on Sunday.
Whoa,
able to do it.
You figured it out.
I had somebody working under the table here doing the math for me. All right, I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You're a Pink Floyd fan. You're not going to see them, but the Gilmore Project is celebrating the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here, and they're coming to Cleveland this summer. I'll have tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Are you a Pink Floyd fan? You're not going to see them anytime soon, but you can see the Gilmore Project. They do fine work. And they're out celebrating the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here. That's my favorite Pink Floyd album. It's going to happen Friday, June 21st at MGM Northfield Park. If you want to be there, be caller 10. If you strike out, I will have more tickets for you tomorrow, but you can also go to Ticketmaster.com, of course. Get you hip to what's going on. Caller 10, these are yours. 2 for the Gilmore Project in June. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Mm-mm-mm. 35192 if you want to send me a text. If you are watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks. And thanks to Giggles Schmitty.
Oh, Schmitty.
Around these parts, we just call him or her Schmitty. But Giggles Schmitty on the live stream today. While you are there, don't sleep on the contests and promotions. That's when you're going to find your way to Bill and or me for the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. This is your shot to get to the trip to Las Vegas and compete for $10,000. With Bud Light, we're doing a Mini Hoops Challenge all through the month of March, and the whole calendar is there for you. The very first one is tomorrow night. Bill's going to be at Rookies from 7 to 9. That's in Parma Heights. And then I'll be out every Saturday in March, the first of which will be this Saturday. I'll be at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights from 6 to 8. And 2 people win each week, and then we have the finals. We bring all those winners back for the finals on the 23rd of March, and then one person from that, the Northeast Ohio champion, goes to Vegas to compete for $10,000. The national champion. Imagine if you found yourself the national champion of the 2024 Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge, and you could return triumphant to Northeast Ohio. That'd
be so cool.
With $10,000 in your pocket. Or since you won it in Vegas, you might have $8 in your pocket. I don't know. At that point, it'll be up to you, and who cares? But the full calendar of where Bill and I are going to be out all month is WMMS.com. Hit the hamburger, and then go to contests and promotions, and you'll see it there. Today is a day that normally doesn't exist. 29th of February is usually not a thing, but it is the very last day that you can use the promo code Pierogi at CLE Clothing Company. You get yourself an extra day to take 20% off, I think, the MMS St. Paddy's Day shirts. If those aren't sold out, those are available. All kinds of great Buzzard gear there. And then, of course, any manner of items with the word Cleveland on them. And today's the very last day you can use the word pierogi and get 20% off whatever you buy. Now, beginning tomorrow, there will be a new promo code for the month of March.
Spring, flower, showers,
Madness.
basketball,
None of those.
foot,
Hoops.
sidewalk,
Clover. Lucky.
hat.
Dude, he nailed it with Clover.
Clover.
Well done,
I feel
Clover.
like that's a repeat from last year.
Sidewalk, Mary?
I don't know, man. They never make sense.
I like
Keystroke.
sidewalk. That's pretty good.
Keystroke.
Yeah.
Sand caps.
What, you think pierogi doesn't make sense for Black History Month?
None of it makes any sense for anything.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm real tired.
What's
I don't feel
well,
very
join
good.
the club. I'm just saying, are you all right? You gonna make
I
it?
don't feel very good.
She's like, nothing makes sense. That's usually a signal that when Mary goes into nothing matters, nothing makes sense territory. That's when I
gotta do a little check.
That's when I take the diving bell down and see what
I
she's
didn't
up to.
say everyone's gonna die alone this time.
Are you
That's
on-
usually what I...
Are you
Well,
on?
that's true. There's nothing false about that.
What?
Are you taking new medication, Mary?
No, I haven't taken my medication.
She's not taking old medication.
I was going to say, because that's why I'm already not looking forward to the punishment, but like I'm also on like a new medication for my psoriasis, and one of the side effects is diarrhea when like you're adjusting to it, so it's new. So
Oh, good for you.
I'm going to be pooping lava, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Man, on top of that, we got that one chip challenge. Hey, lady, I'm over here pooping lava.
So much lava.
With the hurting and the burning leg. All right, well, diarrhea. It is fun. My daughter, if we're watching Jeopardy, which we do, and you know, it's all prescription commercials or reverse mortgages or whatever. That's their target demo for that show. And boy, just getting a kick out of side effects, because it's all side effects. You know, the commercials, and we all know this, but it is interesting to revisit the way those are advertised to you visually. Is the commercials, everybody looks happy, everybody's running around. That is all to distract you from what they're saying underneath. There's fine print in the chyron, and then they're all having fun. They're grilling, they're on the beach, they're having a great time, they're living their best life. These days, there's no shortage of, there'll be AI effects, or there'll be practical effects or something, you know, people walking through sets, all to distract you from the side effects, which if you really drill down and listen, it's fantastic, because it feels like they're coming up with new ones. Because everybody is, you know, somewhere along the line, fatigue and tiredness became two different things. I don't know what the medical delineation is there. I'm not a physician.
I feel like you could be like mentally tired, like you want to go to sleep, and your body just be very heavy. I feel like there's
maybe
like
that's
body
what they
high.
mean, but somewhere along the line, tiredness popped up, and I thought that fatigue kind of umbrellaed that whole thing. But again, I don't know. I'm not on any of these things. But it is fun to watch them and have them described. Now, diarrhea, in your defense, Poundcake, a very, very common side effect. Better than constipation, or is it? If you're on a new medication, is constipation better or worse than diarrhea?
Worse.
Constipation's worse. I would think worse
so.
because at least you don't want anything in you. You want it out.
Right.
Right.
The method of extrusion might not be the one that you want, but
and constipation makes it seem like you're dry, like you don't have the fluid to push stuff out. That's what it makes me feel like.
Yeah.
Like why can't it just fall out or be pushed out? Like it's stuck. Everything's dry.
Mm-hmm.
So, but diarrhea, I feel like you can die. But then again, constipation. If
you can't spell diarrhea without die. I guess there is no die in diarrhea, is there? You can't spell diarrhea without D-I. Diarrhea. Yeah. So anyway, Clover. The month of March. That is your keyword. Begins tomorrow, and I believe March has 31 days. Is that correct, Mary? 31 days, half March. I think that's how the thing goes. And you can use it each and every one of those days, should you see fit.
And then is Easter April 1st this year?
No, it's like April.
It's March 31st.
It's March 31st.
Okay. So we have a March Easter, which is weird.
Yeah, because we're going to be in Florida.
If it's not Thanksgiving or Christmas, I don't know when any other Valentine's Day, but I don't know.
When is the 4th of July? Juneteenth. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know where other
I guess I just don't think about Easter. I know because in college, Easter always fell along spring break, so I didn't really think about it.
Okay.
Is your daughter's spring break that week, like April 1st to the 5th or whatever? Is that the week you're
My
going to
second
Florida?
grader.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yep.
That's the same as Blake's, Brian's daughters.
Yeah, my older kids,
They're really early this year. I don't know.
Their spring break? I mean, my older kids are on spring break right now. Michigan State had. Yes, they are. Michigan State's spring break is this week. My daughter's in Florida.
I think they do that on purpose because for tourism, they don't want to be overrun because.
You might be right. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Except we were reading that New Orleans is the #1 spot. So it seems like everybody's going down at once. But I'm not hip to.
But it's just different schools.
The only schedule I know is Michigan State University. But boy, last week in February seemed really early for spring break. It ain't even goddamn spring yet.
Because I remember when I went to Panama City Beach, they had OSU the week before, and like our rooms were trash. Like it was OSU, and then Kent and Akron were like on vacation at the same time. So I don't know that it's proximity, but I think they do that on purpose because if people do vacation, they don't want to be overrun with 50,000 students from one school.
Okay. Now, before I move on from diarrhea, since we're kind of on the subject, to the best of my knowledge, there has been, despite massive public outcry among the customers of this program, despite massive public outcry, to the best of my knowledge, there has been no update in the Bill Squire stairwell fart. So, I'll play the original for you. It's Bill high atop Squifle Tower in the stairwell. Right? Got a good echo there. Now, it's not something you can probably just generate at will.
I just haven't. I'm being a little bit of a perfectionist on this one.
I understand.
And I've recorded a few, and they're just they haven't. They're just kind of puffs, and I want something that really brings.
You want to poop your pants.
I don't want to poop my pants. I just want it to reverberate. Like I want you to be able to feel like you're there with me.
Well, I mention this only because I'm starting to get submissions from the audience.
Oh, well, I
now,
love that.
These will not supplant Bill's. Obviously, his is Exhibit A. But I do like that people are taking the time, that a couple of customers. One of them you could barely hear, so I'm left with one. And this sounds like it's in a very small stairwell because you really, to your point, what you're looking for is that booming echo.
Right.
Right? You want that long decay. This guy, here's what some guy sent me.
Oh, no.
Now, that guy pooped his pants.
Yeah, that one is not like, the stairwell doesn't even play into that one. Like, you don't really hear it echoing. It's just a squirty, wet one. Oh, my God. Are you all right?
That one there.
That one, that's I have to go home fart.
Right. He might be at home. Mm-hmm. He might be in the stairs. You know, when we first moved to Cleveland, we lived in a loft. It was a 2-story apartment, and so we had like a little landing in between the stairs. But it wasn't good for echo, obviously. You've got that great high-rise stairwell.
Yeah.
Here's Bill's. Right? You hear that decay?
That's what you want. Yeah.
That's what you want. This guy, again, I appreciate the submission. Boy, did he submit.
Oh, man.
He didn't have much choice.
Please stop playing that. Please stop playing that. I hate that so much.
I'm sorry?
That's bad, dude.
I think she said play it again.
Stop. Ew, I'm going to puke, man.
I love it. Oh, goddamn. All right. But anyway, thank you, sir, for sending that along.
It's so bad.
But again, this is where we are now. As Bill seeks perfection in his flatulence. And again, I certainly don't hope you fall into the same trap as Poundcake in the earliest days of his podcast. You know, he's like, well, I don't want to do anything until it's perfect. And what he was doing, maybe unwittingly, was wasting probably a lot of great material. And in your efforts to get the perfect thing there in your stairwell, I don't know. Well, anyway, thank you. I'll keep you anonymous, even though you didn't ask me to, but your
that was a guy, right?
I hope so.
Well,
yes, that was a guy. The person who sent it to me, yes. Adam. I'll just give his first name. That is from Adam. Thank you, Adam.
Adam, thank you for your sacrifice, because whatever you were wearing, you should throw away.
You should burn it.
Yeah.
Back in the fire pit, and then take care of it after that. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, thank you for doing that, by the way. It's not always easy to do. I like to know where our people are listening. Adam's local. But if we get customer-submitted bureau chief farts in their stairwells, we could end up with a whole symphony. A cacophony, if you will, of people doing that in their stairwells. hopefully to no danger to themselves or the surrounding flora and fauna. I'd hate to see that happen. Mike listens to the show in Seattle. Molly is one of our bureau chiefs in Denver. Justin is in Phoenix. And we have a lot of bureau chiefs in D.C., in the greater District of Columbia area. And I got a letter from David, who listens frequently. He's one of our bureau chiefs in D.C. And I wonder if he hasn't stumbled onto a brand new marketing campaign here. You know, we are constantly complaining about the state, literally the state of play of people who listen to this program on the iHeartRadio app, because it can be kind of a choppy experience. It's not always an optimum UX, as they say in the biz. And David said, I was at a meeting recently. He's there in D.C., and he said somebody was talking about how great the iHeartRadio app is. And they said because in Baltimore, you can go under tunnels and it still works. I assume he means through tunnels. I didn't know this person, or I would have jumped in with, they can't even get it to work above ground in Northeast Ohio. So maybe that's something that the company should integrate into their marketing.
More tunnels.
Well, I mean, hey, Baltimore listeners, the show won't cut out when you're in a tunnel. Everywhere else, fair game.
Well, that depends.
Dealer's choice.
A lot of tunnels have repeaters now for signals for cell phones and stuff like that.
All right.
So that might be the case there.
Well, maybe so.
And I also feel like, we goof around about the iHeartRadio app. A lot of it's user error. There's a lot.
Some of it is, a lot of it isn't.
I would say some of it is, a lot of it isn't. No, the opposite.
Yes.
I want the opposite. I'd say a lot of times, we get that all the time with anybody that's like, I can't figure this out.
That's if they're what I've found is that's when they're listening on third-party apps. When they're listening on ours and they go, hey, I just want to let you know a commercial started playing right when you were talking. Yes, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. And you know how I respond to them. Hey, Tibbs. Hello.
You didn't pick him up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, Tibbs.
Hey, Al.
Head's still a little cloudy today. Yeah, not optimum UX there. I'm sorry. I'm going to call you Mr. Tibbs.
That is fine. I have a question for you. Is there any way you can outsource to all of us customers the stairway walking fart? I think that would be hilarious.
I mean, again, this is purely the domain of Bill Squire's gastrointestinal system, so I can't speak to what he's trying to do there.
All right, here's what I'm going to do for everybody. Tomorrow for lunch, I've already ordered my lunch because I want to get one before they sell out. There's a lobster roll that's getting a little bit of hype in the area, so I got one of those.
Where is this?
This is from Martha on the Fly.
This is tomorrow. You're getting
tomorrow.
Sushi for lunch.
Not sushi.
No, sushi, lobster.
Lobster roll.
Lobster roll. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
like a sandwich.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that. I have a feeling with all the mayonnaise going on there, we're going to have some good farts later in the evening. So I'm hoping by the time I get home from Rookies in Parma Heights, I will walk up and down them stairs until I get a fart that will make everybody happy.
You'll also probably have one or two Bud Lights in your stomach too, won't you?
That'll
really grease the wheels, baby.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm liking the sound of this. A lobster roll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Lobster roll, a little light beer.
Mayo.
I think we got a recipe for
Love it.
disaster.
Love it. Make us proud, Bill.
I will.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Tibbs. I appreciate the call there. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Created my favorite game in the world. Have you ever played Guess My Fart?
Oh, I love. I see that all the time.
I haven't played it, but man, is that funny when those videos come up. Those are so good. I love them.
Play it with your kids. It's the best game in the world. It is absolutely.
Yeah, I'd have to guess hers because my second grader is she's like a trucker.
For those of you that don't know, we got it. Tell everybody what it is, Bob.
So guess my fart. You lean to your neighbor, whether it's your kid, your spouse, or your boss, and you say, guess my fart. And they have to guess the fart, and then you let it rip and see how close you can be.
Yeah, they
go,
mouth sound it. Yeah. And you go.
It could be. You could guess, and it could come out, and the hilarity that ensues. is amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
It's one where nobody loses because you're going to get
true.
a fart.
Thank you,
That
Bob.
is true. And will we see you at King Buffalo?
At King Buffalo. I would have to double check on that. I like that band. When is it?
Tomorrow night at the Beachland.
Oh, no. I will not be there tomorrow night. But
All right.
but
It's
have
sold
fun
out.
in my state. Thank you, Bob. There's Bob in Akron. We played at King Buffalo on 2 hours to midnight last week. I'm sure we talked about that show, or Pat Butler did.
Yeah, well, because you played some of the stuff, and King Buffalo was one that I was like, oh, hey, I'm into this.
Yeah.
But I can't do that because I'm going to be in Willoughby.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I
you know
like
what
it.
else is funny is not just guess my fart, but cover your fart when they purposely don't do. You know, it's a lot of high school dudes, but it's where they, where you used to go, you
try and make
cough.
it sound, yeah.
Well,
you
the
cough
joke
over the fart. But
the joke is that you fart really loudly and then drop some books or something, so you never synchronize it.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's
I like
great.
That. I like that kind of crap.
I have yet to see Guess My Fart with somebody and their boss. It's almost exclusively some dude and his poor wife.
That's a deal breaker.
Or the girlfriend. Well, I mean, they laugh too. They're in on it. Clearly, that's the kind of relationship they've got.
I don't ever
That's
want a
not how we
relationship
do it at Casa Cox, but I mean, plenty of people are into that. I know Mary and Brian aren't going to do Guess My Fart.
I'll be single forever.
Right.
Poundcake, if you had your dream guy.
No, that's not my dream guy.
But that's the thing is he just
What?
checks every other box.
No.
But he wants to play the fart game. You're out.
That's the point of a deal breaker. That I don't want a guy's personality to be fart jokes.
He just tears it. Well, hey, let's not get on our I hate fart jokes high horse here. We're not talking about fart jokes. We're talking about
actual farts.
Actual, right.
That's even worse.
Honestly, though, of the show, that's really just a you and Bill thing. How often are you hearing me and Cody talk about farts or fart jokes or anything like that?
You've talked about taking some wild dumps and farts like that.
I'm not saying they have to be universally funny. I mean, I'm not saying you have to find them funny.
But what I'm saying is when you're like, let's not get on our high horse about farts, I'm like, actually, Cody and I are kind of in the camp where we don't really talk about that stuff. I feel like a lot of the fart and poop jokes fall to you and Bill.
And I'm saying, especially.
You're welcome.
I'm just saying.
I'm
That's
saying
not out of character for Cody.
Especially for me, being a gay man, I'm going to date. Especially for me, being a gay man, dating another gay man, what is he gonna do? Advertise? He's like, oh, that's what it's gonna be like there later. Like, no, I don't want to know that.
But you know where it's going.
I don't want it done on
You
purpose.
know what happens there, and you're still willing to get all up in it. So I guess I'm a little surprised that would throw you off course.
I don't want to.
I get that it's impolite.
Bask in it.
Bask. All right. You don't want to huff it, is what you're saying.
No.
All right.
Get in, get out, go home.
Uh-huh.
No.
He's like, are we finished? Yes. We're finished, my love.
Can I take this clothespin off, please?
Uh-huh.
Want
Let
to
me
be
move away
happy
from
for
your...
the rest of your life. Never make a farty man your husband.
Yeah. Get away from get your green cloud away from me. All right, I'm going to break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to do that. You want to go see KK's Priest? Maybe you're a 2 hours to midnight fan. KK Downing and Ripper Owens from Akron, another kid from Akron who's fronting the band. Those guys are on tour. They're going to come to the Agora end of March, and I'll have those tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Win a pair of tickets to see Creed when WMMS presents the Are You Ready Tour with 3 Doors Down and Mammoth WVH Friday, November 22nd at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Register to win and get more info at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
That's BABBEL.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, I'm going to go see KK's Priest, Akron, Ohio's own Tim Ripper Owens, and KK Downing. Judas Priest, they've been doing their own thing for a while now called KK's Priest. Return of the Sinner is the latest album. That's the name of the tour. And they're coming to Cleveland with LA Guns and Burning Witches. I'm going to be talking to Ripper on Saturday, as a matter of fact, for 2 hours to midnight. Haven't chatted with him in quite some time. The show happens Wednesday, March 20th, the world-famous Agora. And you want to be there. AgoraCleveland.com for all the details. KK's Priest, LA Guns, Burning Witches. Great lineup in March. 2 tickets for you if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Grab a pen right now and jot down this number. 14. Thanks. I didn't want to forget that. Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live. Cavs are off tonight. They lose double overtime last night in Chicago against the Bulls. 132-123 is the final there. So they will lick their wounds tonight and head over to Detroit. They're going to play the Pistons at 7 o'clock tomorrow night here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can hear all of your Cavalier's coverage starting at 6:30 before tip-off at 7 o'clock. Hey, Tim.
Hello.
What up?
How you doing?
How are you?
Oh, not bad. I had that guy was talking about the sound of the farts. I was in school years ago, and I squeezed my rear end as hard as I could against the seat because I wanted to be nonchalant about it and be quiet. I gave a big. The whole class started laughing their ass off. The Chooch gave me one hell of a grin. So I just wanted to share that you guys about guess your farts. So.
All right, good. Thank you. Tim in Medina, who's letting everybody know that nothing wrong with that.
Somebody farted, standing in the welfare line. Not sure who's behind. It wasn't mine. Like the Red Sea. The line just parted. 'Cause some nasty sucker knew he just had farted.
Got that off of one of Mary's playlists.
You didn't?
Are you sure? Almost positive you sent me that. No. I didn't get that from you?
Nope.
Oh, well, I do apologize. So we were talking about Richard Lewis dying. He was 76. You know who Gary Sinise is?
Yeah.
Gary Sinise's son died.
Oh, that's...
Max Sinise was only 33 years old. He had a very, I'd never even heard of this before. He had a very rare form of spinal cancer that 300 people a year get.
Jeez.
So this was a few years ago. His son gets diagnosed with this. I wonder where these people live, because you read these stories about people who get cancer, diagnoses really close to each other. It was like a couple of months after Gary Sinise's wife had been diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. She lived. She went into remission. But Max Sinise had this, usually when they say, oh, it's very rare, only 15,000 people a year, 300 people a year in the U.S. get this form of spinal cancer called chordoma. And Gary Sinise's son died of it. And he was a musician. He was an artist in his own right, and his family is dealing with that now. Gary Sinise is, of course, one of Chicago's favorite sons, and a very nice guy, nice dude. Great actor.
I just watched Ransom a few weeks ago, and man, I love that movie.
Give me back my son.
Give me back my son.
Yeah, very good in that.
He's great in that. He's great in Apollo 13. He's great in Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump.
So many good movies. With Gary
Okay,
Sinise.
I remember the one time I met Gary Sinise. He came to the radio station I was working at, and he was doing press for Forrest Gump. And it was coming out on my birthday in 1994. And the radio station made a cake that said, "Happy Movie Gary," and "Happy Birthday," well, it said Lyle, because that was my nickname. "Happy Birthday, Lyle."
Lyle Crocodile.
And Gary Sinise, a very nice guy.
Why was Lyle your nickname?
Because he's stupid.
I'd like to have that. I'd like to hear the.
You're just kind of an a-hole today.
I don't mind that. I want to go down that path with her and walk through the explanation of my nickname was Lyle because I was stupid.
It's just what it is.
Oh.
It's science. You're a guy of science, you know?
I had short, wavy hair, and they said that I was very skinny. And they said I reminded them of the singer Lyle Lovett. So that became my nickname at the radio station. But yeah, Gary Sinise. Again, very conservative guy. I don't know if he's a MAGA dude, but Gary Sinise has always been firmly among the Hollywood conservatives. But the one time I met him, very nice guy. Very active, obviously, because of the Lieutenant Dan thing, and all that. I mean, he's got a thing called the Dan Band, and but they raise a lot of money for like veterans organizations and things like that.
The Dan Band is different.
The Lieutenant Dan Band.
Okay, I was gonna say
the Dan Band are those guys making jokey songs.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just doing jokey versions. They're not even doing like a cover. They just swear while they sing.
Right.
From old school, right? That was what put them on the map.
Yeah.
They
Sorry,
also
the
did-
Lieutenant Dan Band.
Wedding Crashers. End of Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, they popped up a couple of times. I remember seeing them.
Was it Wedding Crashers? I feel like it was.
They play his wedding in Wedding Crashers.
Okay.
Oh,
Isn't
do
it?
they?
But don't they play at the beginning of Old School?
He plays Candy Shop. I thought he did.
Old
at the end
School
of
and
Wedding
the
Crashers.
Old School and the Hangover.
Oh, the Hangover. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes,
Okay.
he plays the wedding at the Hangover.
They're on the
They do
Wedding
Candy
Planner
Shop.
soundtrack. They're on the Old School soundtrack, Starsky and Hutch. They put out the Dan Band live. I don't even know if they're still a band. But, the Lieutenant Dan Band would be the Gary Sinise outfit. But, yeah, that was so wild that his son got nobody wants a rare cancer. Nobody wants something that, even 5,000 people a year get, let alone 300 people. Like, you could have everybody who gets it in a year from the entire country, in half of a ballroom at a Holiday Inn or something. That's your support group is the entire group of people who have it. I don't know if Max Sinise is their only child, but that would suck. So there you go. Forrest Gump, which I heard people talking about this morning, being one of the greatest movies of all time.
All time, huh?
Well, that's what I heard.
Who was saying that? It's a great movie. I love that movie. There's a lot of people that hate it, but I enjoy it. Are you all right? Do you need to?
I'm just having a cough.
Just coughing.
I'm on the mend, just having a cough. I don't have my tea currently.
Hey, I just made tea. Green tea, because that's what the options were. Green or
Oh,
chamomile.
good for you.
Which?
Green or chamomile. But I was like, I thought chamomile tea is like sleepy tea.
No.
I
Sleepy.
thought.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yes,
maybe.
I thought chamomile, like lavender chamomile, was supposed to help you sleep.
Well, maybe they want people falling asleep on the air so they can fire them. Maybe that's like a backdoor way to do it. 100.7 WMMS, brand new track here from guy who recently left the band Bauhaus. Remember the Bauhaus? This guy looks like a skeleton. Bad, he's got a voice. Now the girls going crazy. Some of the guys, too. His name's Peter Murphy. Song's called Cut You Up. Brand new here on 100.7 WMMS, The Buzzard.
Find you in the morning after dreams of distant signs. Pour yourself over me like the sun through the blinds.
You guys guys hip to Peter Murphy? This is basically the one song everybody knows from Peter Murphy. This Cuts You Up.
I've never heard this.
Great song. Oh, you don't know this one? Fantastic.
I've heard it, but I'm not deep with Peter Murphy or Bauhaus or any of that stuff.
Good pun. Album's called Deep.
Oh.
Well, you had to like Bauhaus for one thing. You had to be into like that really, really early goth vibe. And then he split because he's like, I want to do my own thing, make it a little poppier. But this was the biggest hit that the guy had. Loved the song. But I mention it because Peter Murphy was the original model for The Crow. The guy who created the comic book The Crow was dealing with his fiance getting hit and killed by a drunk driver. And so he put this comic book together called The Crow to deal with that. And he used Peter Murphy, who's a very, very slender, kind of very waifish looking guy. Exactly what you wanted in a goth frontman, right? Skin like milk, the whole bit. And so he used Peter Murphy as the model for that character in the comic book. Of course, the Crow comic book became a huge hit. And it didn't take him long to make it into a movie. Only the comic book, was probably late 80s. And the Brandon Lee movie was early 90s. So it wasn't that long. And then Brandon Lee died making that movie. It was the last week of shooting The Crow. And Brandon Lee died. It was another one of these weapons mishaps, like Alec Baldwin's dealing with right now. It was kind of like that on the Crow. And the guy, so they had to figure out, you're talking 1994, where they didn't have state-of-the-art special effects. And so they're like, we've got to figure out, he had shot most of his scenes, but they had to figure out how they were going to piece this movie together now that the star was dead. And so they got his stuntman, who was a guy named Chad Stelsky, and they superimposed Brandon Lee's face on the stuntman's body for a few scenes.
Which actually looked pretty good, considering it was also 1994.
Yeah, I think they shot in 3 and came out 4. Yeah, so, right. That stuntman, ironically, would go on to, because he was a stuntman, it could make it look real, he was a guy that would go on to direct all the John Wick movies. But the guy who initially came up with The Crow was so distraught over the Brandon Lee thing, he denounced the whole thing. He wished he had never written the Crow comic book, the whole bit. So I'm thinking about all that as everybody is losing their ever-loving minds over the first
Bill
shots
Skarsgård, where he looks like Steve-O?
From the Crow reboot.
Yeah.
And now he does have those Beckham nipples, so maybe there's something there. And this dude is ripped, by the way. He's got another movie coming out called Boy Kills World, where I think he's mute, but it's an action movie. So Bill Skarsgård, who played Pennywise in the It reboot, and he's done some other stuff, but I think he was in that Hulu Castle Rock thing that they did a couple years ago. But he's an interesting-looking dude, and everybody is losing their shrimp over, people said they made him look like a SoundCloud rapper, whatever.
Yeah.
But this movie has to be of the time. The Crow in 1993 looked like what the guy made in the comic book. But if you're going to put it out in 2024, you're not going to make it look the same.
Right, but they always go to the same stereotype. Like, it's what they did with the Joker in Suicide Squad. And people are just like, yeah, we've seen this character before.
I am surprised.
I saw it and I was like, oh, this is not good.
I am surprised that's what they went with, but the director is the guy. Remember they did the ScarJo version of Ghost in the Shell a few years ago?
Yeah.
And everybody flipped out about that. Well, he's the same guy that did that. So he clearly has, for better or worse, a vision. But he said his inspirations for this were, now again, Peter Murphy, inspiration for the comic book. This director's inspirations for the reboot of The Crow, Lil Peep and Post Malone were his inspirations. But he does look like, everybody got mad about emo Joker, Jared Leto.
Mm-hmm.
Even though that is what the Joker looked like in the comic books for that era. Bill Skarsgård looks like emo Riddler. If they put this guy in a green skin-tight suit with question marks all over it, that's what the Crow would look like for this.
Yeah.
I don't know who the girl is in it. There were a couple of photos of him, but he's just, I shouldn't even say shredded. He's just super skinny. He got super skinny.
He's like
and he's
machinist looking
Yes,
in this.
right.
I mean, you can see abs, but they're more pronounced because he's just so skinny, not because he's all jacked up.
He's like mid-90s Iggy Pop is kind of what they were. So, but again, in my mind, you know,
It's that nipple tattoo that's weird too.
Where it's the
where,
eye?
where the eye is the nipple. It's like, what? Why are you doing this?
Well, listen, The Crow is a very, fundamentally, by design, it's a very emo thing. And so I guess whatever the director of this movie thinks that looks like in 2024, people are really in their feels about it. The people have spoken. This movie has already flopped. But that's not going to be the case. A lot of people will go see this.
I disagree.
You don't think people will hate watch it?
No, because
you guys are telling me all the time about people hate watching and hate listening stuff.
But if they're going to do that, they don't do it in the theater. They'll do it 4
on
years later
Amazon.
when it's on Netflix, and everybody's like, okay, finally, I'll watch it. Like, nobody, if that were the case, Madam Web would have done numbers.
I was going to say, movies are too expensive to do that now.
Morbius would have done, like, people will make fun of it, but they're not going to go and watch it.
Pay
They're
$20
gonna pay
to see
$20
it.
bucks to see a movie when they got a bunch of stuff that they already want to see filling up their queue at home.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to do well.
At the very least,
because you're making a movie.
they should have given it kept the long hair. I mean, if you're going to
Yeah.
mess with everything else, keep the long hair.
I think that's a huge part of it. Like, people see the short hair and they're like, ugh, this doesn't look like the Crow.
Yeah.
They could have long hair. And
Also,
they always do the face tattoos.
I forgot Lil Peep died. Oh, R.I.P. Lil Peep.
Oh, my kids never let me forget that Lil Peep died.
I thought for
They
some
never
reason,
let you
They
forget that he
never- They're always
died?
talking about Lil Peep and Mac Miller. And
thought
they're-
it was Lil
oh, we're
Xan
so
that died.
sad. No, Lil Xan, I think, is still kicking.
Yeah, Lil Xan's still alive, but yeah, Lil Peep died.
Well, they're sad, dead rappers.
But he was
He
only
couldn't,
21.
he
That's
couldn't
so
wait
young.
to get out of
I
Central
didn't say
PA.
it wasn't
and then-
sad. I just wasn't. It's not music for me.
Right. They never let you forget.
He looks
Never. They're always sharing. Oh,
Hey, Dad, remember Lil Peep's dead?
It's not even that. They're just putting on their Instagram stories and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
I miss Lil Peep or I miss Mac Miller. And
Well, he's their
blah, blah, blah.
Cobain, right?
Yeah, but even then, I was just like, well, kind of like this Foo Fighters band that came out of it. So
It's just
I'm a Mr. Brightside guy.
He died on the tour bus. That's a way to do it. When your body is full of every prescription and illicit drug, you're a young dude, you're on the road, you can't possibly handle what's happening to you. You're from Nowheresville, Pennsylvania, and you're on the tour bus. And they're like, hey, man, wake up.
You got unlimited drugs.
We got a show tonight. Died on the bus in Tucson. He's not the first guy to do that.
Just so young.
And then the family brings wrongful death charges against the management group. It's like, guys, this is a young dude who was trying to, like, live an image. The management company didn't say, hey, put dopey tattoos all over your body and, chug full bottles of prescription medication. And he was throwing everything against the wall to get people to pay attention.
He was bisexual.
Yeah, well, that's one more thing you throw against a wall.
Gas station rapper, though. Like, just...
Well, whatever. I mean, it's got to come from somewhere, you know? You're not going in a studio and making a record if you're this guy. You're a SoundCloud rapper. So for this director to go, oh, part of my inspiration for the Crow reboot was Lil Peep, you go, oh, okay. Well, you basically traced a picture of Lil Peep. It wasn't your inspiration. It was more like you plagiarized the dude's look, I guess.
He would be so good looking without... Well,
if he were alive?
Well, yeah, if he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
But decent looking without the weird looking tats. Because some of these pictures, he looks kind of all right. But I'd probably do it for the story. But, like, yeah, I'm not attracted to all that. He looks like he stinks.
Yeah, but some people are way into that.
I know.
Way into that. That grimy. Mary loves that greasy looking kind of skinny.
I do not.
Oh, come on.
Brian is the first skinny guy I've ever dated.
I know you like fat gingers, but I'm just saying, like, you've said you like that scuzzy look, right?
No, I have not.
I thought you did.
I think you're thinking of Erica. Erica would always say that.
I know she
liked
did.
that.
Yeah, no, I thought Mary was kind of on board with some of that.
But don't you have some of the dirtbag crushes?
I mean, I used to think Eminem was hot when I was a little kid. I mean, Johnny Depp, but that's not like
You're a
scuzzy,
little kid.
skinny, dirty rapper look.
Mom,
Not
he's
at
so
all.
hot.
I've never been into that.
All right.
Everybody I've dated looks like they used to play football.
All right.
Like if you're
So Tekashi 6ix9ine is not necessarily
No.
your.
if your happy trail look all scraggly, I'm not into you. Like it's got to be
Your happy trail looks scraggly.
Yeah, like
You think people who look like that are heavy on the manscaping? I mean, I guess you got to pick a lane, but
you ain't gotta have crazy looking pubes just because you want to get some weird tattoos.
yeah.
No, those things are not mutually exclusive.
Well, Pubes and Tattoos. That was his last album that he put out on SoundCloud. That was his swan song, as it were. I got a break. I want to go see Primus and Coheed and Cambria. They're doing a co-headlining run. It's going to bring them to Cleveland this summer. I'll have tickets for you after the break. 35192. Want to hit me up for anything else, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Lake effect clouds with a few lingering snow showers, otherwise clearing skies for your Thursday with highs in the mid-30s. Clear and cold tonight with overnight lows in the upper 20s. For your Friday, a mix of clouds and sunshine with highs in the low to mid-50s.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Don't miss Wayside Furniture's Leap Year celebration. Get extra discounts off their everyday low prices. 1367 Canton Road, just south of Route 224. Wayside in Akron. Keeping it local since 1937.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. February is a really weird time in Ohio because spring is just on the horizon, right? But boy, it sure doesn't feel like it. So if your energy bills are going through the roof, just trying to keep yourself comfy, might be time to re-up windows. Brand new, expertly installed, energy-efficient windows with Window Nation. Right now, they'll give you half off every window style they sell, and no interest, no payment at all for 2 years. Interest on just about everything else is going up, 0% with Window Nation. Start at windownation.com. Easy to get a quote, in-home consultation. Their windows come with a lifetime warranty. You don't worry about them at all. Expert installers do it right the first time. If you want to call and talk to somebody, 866-90-NATION. Just give them my name. They can install your new windows in 1 day or less. 0 down, 0 interest, no payments for 2 years and half off every window style they've got. Make your home look awesome, be comfy year-round. 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox told me all about it. Or go to windownation.com.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special. Reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish. And you can have them too.
Now mix and match your Filet-O-Fish 10-piece nuggets and McCrispy. Buy one, get one for $1 at McDonald's. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees. Into the canyons. Over the mountains. Or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
2 for $25 is louder than ever at Applebee's. Get a full-size app and 2 entrees like new garlic steak skillet and white cheddar bacon and chicken skillet for just $25.
Limited time, price, participation, and selection may vary. Tax and gratuity excluded.
The National and the War on Drugs together, live in concert. The Venn Diagram Tour. Blossom Music Center, Saturday, September 21st. The National and the War on Drugs. With special guest, Lucius. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. and livenation.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Ew, Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our
After East 55, 2 left lanes. Inbound East Shoreway 90 West after East 55, 2 left lanes. On the Inner Belt South, 90 West just past Chester, blocking the right lane. And the Jennings Freeway South before the Steelyard exit, 2 right lanes blocked. And 480 East, left center lane at Warrensville Center Road. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
It's Auto Show time, and you can save now with discounts and rebates on a new Dodge Ram truck during the President's Day sales event at Deacons. We have over 30 in stock. Visit our showroom or shop online at deaconschrysler.com. You've got to make it to Mayfield.
Hi, I'm Ed Zitron, host of the Better Offline podcast. I've been both a tech writer and tech executive for 15 years, and I've seen this industry grow from a bunch of dorks building things in their garage into a multi-trillion-dollar behemoth that has monetized every corner of our lives. Better Offline is a podcast where I'll lead you through the good, the bad, and the stupid of the tech industry and tell you exactly how venture capitalists and technocrat billionaires intend to influence your digital lives, for better or for worse. Listen to Better Offline on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
We're going to go see Primus and Coheed and Cambria doing a co-headlining run with special guest Too Many Zoos. All right. They're going to play Blossom on Monday, August the 5th. A little ways away, but get you a pair here, livenation.com. For anything I'm leaving out. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Primus and Coheed. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Next week on the show, I want to go see Stained. They're playing MGM Northfield Park in May. I have Cavs tickets for you when the Heat are in town. Cage the Elephant. They just announced them. A lot of people like Cage the Elephant. That was one of those bands I thought from like the mid-aughts that was going to be massive, was Cage the Elephant. With Young the Giant. So if you're into bands that have the in the name, you'll be in good shape. They're going to play Blossom early September. Is the name Cage the Elephant a directive to secure a pachyderm, or is the elephant's name Cage?
I don't know
Yet.
I'll figure it out.
That
go
tells
see him
me.
live and ask him.
Huh?
Go ask him.
Go ask them?
Yeah, go to the show.
Hey!
Ask him.
I mean, at that point, if I went to the show, I could just ask a fan. I could ask another person, right? You might be way into Cage the Elephant.
I dig them. I like them. I've never seen them live, though. That might be fun.
Well, I feel like they had like a song a long time ago and then went away and then came back with another big song. What was that old Cage the Elephant song?
Ain't no rest for a wicked.
No, that's the new one.
No,
That's the old
that
one.
song's 10 years old at this point.
No, I
It's
mean
older than
I
that.
I mean back before that. What was the
I don't
old-
think it goes much further back than that. That was
Come a little closer. Wasn't that the
Come a little closer, baby.
But those are both very old songs for them.
Cage the Elephant? Maybe I am conflating the two.
I think this might be the newer of the two.
Maybe I'm thinking of another band that was... Oh, maybe I am. Cage the Elephant was the first album. Ain't a Rest for the Wicked. Well, anyway. Okay. Maybe that's not what I'm thinking of. Anywho, who cares? I'll have those tickets for you next week. And if you dig those bands, Young the Giant, that's another good band.
I like them.
Cavs are off tonight. They lost to the Bulls in Chicago last night, double overtime. They'll head to Detroit, and they'll take on the Pistons, who are looking for their 9th win of the season, tomorrow night at the Little Caesars Arena in downtown Detroit. 7 o'clock tip-off, so 6:30 on MMS is when the pregame will get going. How about that Cavs-Mavs game? That buzzer beater.
That buzzer beater was
Holy shnikes.
amazing.
Max Strus with the buzzer beater at the
94 feet. Strus from midcourt. Oh! Do you believe this?
Whoa! My goodness!
Max Strus from midcourt has won it for the Cavaliers.
Oh, what a great end. 121 to 119 there. Midcourt, that dude was like 3/4 court. Midcourt feels like you're shortchanging him.
He was about half court. It was 57 feet. It
Was he really?
Yeah.
Wow. Look further back than that. Of course, everything's better in Spanish.
La tiene Strus, va a lanzar de 3/4 de cancha. ¡Sí! ¡Sí! My name is Maximus.
My name is Maximus. There you go.
There's a engineer here who speaks Spanish,
Yep.
and anytime the Cavs are in town, he has to go to the games because he said the Cavs are only one of 3 teams in the entire NBA that has a Spanish broadcast.
I wondered about that. Rafa Hernandez Brito is the guy there that does the play-by-play, and he's the only guy to have called the NBA, NFL, MLB finals, and the Final Four in Spanish. And so I wonder why the Cavaliers would be, there's got to be more than that. That can't be true.
He said it was Cleveland, Houston, and somewhere in California. That was it. There were 3 that every single game they have a Spanish broadcast. Some of them will have them here and there depending on who they're playing. And that's just what he told me, that those are the 3 teams that consistently have Spanish broadcast every single game. And I was like, that's weird. I didn't think there were that many Spanish-speaking people in the Cleveland area.
Well, that's what I'm
compared
saying.
to
Like Chicago,
Southern California. Or,
right.
I mean, yeah. Maybe they mean. I don't know what they mean. There's way more teams and cities that have that.
With a dedicated Spanish broadcast every single game, home or away, no matter who they're playing or where they're at. He said there were only 3 teams.
Because the Bulls have Miguel Esparza, and he's the guy that does the Blackhawks in Spanish. He does the Bears in Spanish. He does...
La Bears.
Los Bears.
Los Bears.
But that's less funny, Mary.
Well, it's more accurate.
Alan, the Beatles is probably the band you were thinking. That is the band I was thinking of. I'm so sorry. I confused the Beatles with Cage the Elephant.
Easy to do.
Yeah.
Well, because they're also doing that, all those biopics about the guys from Cage the Elephant. So that makes sense.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They made that big announcement.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get back and cage that elephant. Stephen Kent wants to know if your kids put Lil Peep's heads on cases of Peeps around Easter time to let you know that he's still dead, to remind you in a candy-centric way.
They haven't in that I can remember, but I also know I don't like Peeps. I don't like Little Peeps. I don't like Marshmallow Peeps.
Big Peeps.
Yeah. I'm not a Peep guy.
People are telling me FKA Twigs is the girl in the new Crow. I didn't realize that.
That's a name?
FKA Twigs. Yeah, she's pretty good. She's a rapper. She dated Robert Pattinson, and then dated Shia LaBeouf, but like accused him of beating her or something, I think. I think that was the girl.
Yeah, that's the girl.
Didn't FKA Twigs say Shia LaBeouf knocked her around?
Yeah, that was the girl.
Yeah. Yeah, she's cute.
What's the FKA stand for?
I'm not able to say that on the air, Poundcake. You know what it stands for. Bigger question is, what do the Twigs stand for? Mm-hmm. That's right. She's British.
British.
Hello, I'm British. That's exactly what she sounds like. Yeah. I mean, it is FKA Twigs is a terrible name, but it's the one she took, and it's the one she's using. And I think she took Shia the Beef to court or something, right?
Or she was planning on it unless he settled.
Man.
Shia LaBeouf, whatever happened to him? He went nuts.
Still around.
I remember seeing him in that Nymphomaniac movie. I was like, is that really Shia LaBeouf? First of all, he's uncut, it looks like. But also, I just haven't seen him in anything since Transformers.
Well, he's done a bunch of stuff.
He's done a lot of small movies. Yeah. I mean, he was in Indiana. He was in the terrible Indiana Jones movie.
Mm-hmm.
He was in He was in.
He was in the Indiana Jones movie. I saw that movie.
He was in the Brad Pitt tank movie.
Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Still never watched that. It was on Netflix.
It's good.
It's
got a good cast. Yeah.
Is it still on Netflix? Maybe I'll watch that this weekend.
He was in the Peanut Butter Falcon, which is about loosely based on his dad or something.
Peanut Butter Falcon time.
So Shia LaBeouf is still trying to figure some things out, I think.
I saw a video of him. Someone ran into him in public, and someone's like, help. He was trying to track down someone that was a huge fan, and he just was like, well, let's go find him. And it was all pumped up to meet somebody that was like Transformers were their favorite movies and stuff like that.
I mean, I would love to meet him, but
I think the dude made enough money from Transformers where he's like,
yeah,
I don't want to get locked into that. I'm going to do all these movies that not that many people will see. Like he was in the Wall Street sequel, but when every time those
that wasn't terrible if I remember correctly. I don't think I think that was okay.
I never got around to it.
I will forever remember him as from Even Stevens.
Or Holes.
Stanley
yes.
Yelnats.
Yeah.
Stanley Yelnats.
Yeah.
You're gonna. Oh, I used to love that little.
He was in
soundtrack.
iRobot. One of your
Yeah, he
favorite
was.
movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's had some gems over the year. He's had some great
I know that. I thought a very entertaining movie of his that nobody saw was called Eagle Eye. Anybody remember Eagle Eye?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Where it was like kind of an early, it's probably 15, 20 years ago, but it was like an early kind of, there's cameras and AI everywhere, and we've got to get away from it was just well done. I don't remember who did it, but I remember seeing it. I was like, this is pretty good. It's all right for the kind of movie it was.
I liked Disturbia.
Disturbia was a good one.
He, like, broke
Movie
his
about the
leg
Rihanna
and-
song?
It was
Well, he
basically
broke his leg and saw his neighbor
out the
kill
rear window.
somebody.
It was like an update of Out the Rear Window.
Rear Window, the Hitchcock movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, I haven't seen it. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Well, let me mention this again since people are asking me because they didn't hear earlier in the show, and that's fine. Today is the last day of February, last day to use the word pierogi at CLE Clothing Company. Tomorrow, 1st of March, you'll be using the word clover, Clover, and that will get you 20% off whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. So Clover. Not to be confused with Sea Lover, which was my college rap name.
Drop a few bars on us, Sea Lover.
Hey, Bill, it was so long ago. I had a very brief B-boy phase. I carried cardboard with me everywhere, and I'm not particularly proud of it.
So you were a rapper and a breakdancer?
You had to be. It was the late 80s, early 90s. You couldn't just do one. I mean, I didn't have the talent of a boys I men. I had to be, I didn't have the breakdancing talent of a boogaloo shrimp. So I had to combine the two, and thus Sea Lover was born. But Clover is going to get you some 20% off whatever you're getting over there at CLE Clothing Company. And then, whatever else. Boy, they keep getting me with the headlines on the Stanley Cups. They keep getting me. I don't understand what they're saying right away, and they got to know they're doing this. Because I always think of the NHL championship. I don't think of those dumb cups. And the headline was, the Stanley Cup saved me from being shot. I'm like, oh my God. What is this? How did that happen? How do you have the Stanley Cup? It was one of them cups. Steubenville, Ohio. Ever been to Steubenville?
Yes, I have.
Right? You can wave to West Virginia. Right in the banks of the mighty Ohio, I think.
Went to some cabins down there or something.
Yeah. This lady says that a stray bullet shot through her home, and it was stopped by the Stanley Cup. And she was posting pictures on if all this happened. I have no reason to not take her at her word. But there's a giant hole in the drywall in her living room. She goes, there's a 22-year-old girl on TikTok. She's like, there's a shootout in front of my house. And bullets are coming in to her living room. And a lot of damage to the home. But she said that she would have been shot had one of the bullets not hit her Stanley Cup. Now, I don't know if really this is the pivot that Stanley Cups are going to want for their marketing, because the Stanley Cups, I think, still very much are largely seem to be the domain of the pumpkin spice latte soccer moms. So I don't know if really they want to move this way. But isn't every company somehow looking to ingratiate themselves with urban markets? This is how you do it. You worried about gunfire outside your home? Get yourself a Stanley Cup. So she posted the pictures and didn't even go through the Stanley Cup, dented it. Of course, it had by that time, obviously, lost some velocity because it had gone through some other things. But my fiance and I were talking about something when we heard about 7 or 8 shots hitting our house. It was a freak accident. And the Stanley Cup kept the bullet from going into. She took a picture of the casing on the ground. and the massive dent in her Stanley Cup. But people are still getting arrested for stealing those things. I don't hear that much about him anymore.
Is that a misdemeanor or a felony?
The stealing of the Stanley Cups?
It's legal. Oh, stealing them. I thought just owning one.
I mean, it should be illegal. Hey, come on.
Those Stanley Cups are going for hundreds of dollars, and I think a felony can be, like, you can have a misdemeanor up to $999. The second it hits, $1,000.
I don't think they account for resale price, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's whatever the ticketed price of the item is.
Yeah, but if you like...
They're still like $50, though, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They're like 45 or 50.
You can leave messages for us anytime you like on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there for you if you listen there.
Hey, Alan, listening to the podcast, you're talking about some poor soul who cut his feet off for insurance fraud. There's a podcast called Criminal that covers Nub City, and of course, yes, it's in Florida, where so many residents were cutting off their limbs to do this because of the cash that they received. Because this is like dirt poor Florida. One man did it and got tons of money, so they all started doing it. It's absolutely wild. Hate the show. Love you. Bye.
You guys ever heard of Nub City?
No.
I don't know about that podcast, but there was a documentary. There's this guy, Errol Morris, who's
That's what I call my bedroom.
Yeah! Bill Squire. .com. What?
Mary's face.
What's she doing? Why is she making a face?
Nub City bedroom. Did you not hear it?
I did, but now that I see your face, it actually makes it funny.
Oh, it does?
Well, when I can put that with his audio, yeah, it's like an old Clutch Cargo bit. It's just, yeah. Errol Morris is an Oscar-winning documentarian, and he's done some very famous documentaries over the past however many years. He did a movie called The Thin Blue Line about a police shooting. He did A Brief History of Time, which was a Stephen Hawking documentary. He's like a well-known, respected dude. He did a movie when I was a kid. I don't know how long he'd been around, but he did a movie called Vernon, Florida. And a buddy of mine had it on VHS, and it was about Nub City. I'm 10, so this is an old documentary. So whoever that girl's talking about in the message there, podcast, they're just digging up this. Maybe they found out about this too. But the documentary is called Vernon, Florida. But they called it Nub City because this guy, Errol Morris, went and lived there for a while, and they weren't too keen on that because, not everybody was hip to him doing this documentary. But word started to get around about how many people were in a concentrated area of Florida who were getting insurance money after losing limbs in accidents. The message, she's referring to the guy who cut his feet off and said it was a brush hog, right? Wasn't that the brush hog? Took his feet off, and he clearly had them cut off so he could make some insurance money. But Vernon, Florida, if you can find it, it's probably not streaming anywhere, but it's about Nub City, this town in Florida where people were collecting insurance money by cutting off limbs, hands and feet, and,
How much insurance money?
I don't know.
Millions?
No. But these are like rednecks in the Florida swamp. You cut them a check for $2 or $3 grand, they're going to be happy. Again, I haven't seen it in 100 years. So
$2 or $3 grand for a foot.
I'm telling you, they're not giving them millions. I mean, these people would have moved out of the swamp if that were the case. But enough. I just don't know how so many people could do it and not, send up the flare, the signal flare to these insurance companies. But yeah, Nub City is wild. And again, in the podcasting age, like she said, there's probably more than a few people talking about it. But that original documentary is a good 40 years old. So I don't know. Find it. Maybe it's on YouTube. Maybe you can stream it. I'd go back and watch it. Would it be worth $1 million check if you cut a foot off? Maybe.
I mean, $1 million? I don't know. That's a lot.
Would it be worth $1 million check if you
having
could?
my feet, yeah.
You like your feet?
I got all those shoes.
Well, there's the irony.
It'd be a real bummer, you know?
Yeah.
I got this giant sneaker collection. Now, they would stay clean, so there's that part of it.
You could still wear one of them and then just get a fake foot, and you could still wear your shoes with a fake foot in it.
I know, but it's just not the same when it's not your foot.
You want the
How do
feel.
you know?
You want the real feel.
Because I know what it's like to feel my shoes.
Yeah, a fake foot.
$1 million.
A fake foot would not feel the same as your real foot.
The thing is, you got to get away with it, too. So it's not even that you're guaranteed it.
What limb would you lose for $1 million, or what body part? If they're giving you $1 million, well, you have to cut off a limb.
Like Bunny Lebowski, like a pinky toe, or what?
No, like a hand, a foot,
Oh.
an ear, your nose, like a vital part.
I'll take an ear. Grow my hair out anyway.
Yeah.
But then you can't hear. You're working.
I don't listen to
radio and
anybody anyway, so
comedy.
who cares?
I would cut off my nose, but I'm worried that would just spite
the
my
spider
face. Spider face. Okay, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. And you can listen anywhere on that iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So my top 3 movies are Terminator 2, The Usual Suspects, and one of the greatest romantic comedies of all time I watch every Christmas day, Love Actually. I'll put it in my top 3.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Over Die Hard, over Predator, you watching Love Actually?
Yeah, so good.
Theater, it's so good. All the storylines tying together. It's a classic.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I'll never watch it again. You guys are
Every
crazy. 3 women
Christmas
are
I
saying
watch
it's
it.
great. It's Rover and DJ Christian going, this is the greatest movie ever.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
A car is never just a car. Kelley Blue Book knows it's so much more than that. It's your commuting chariot, your road trip refuge, your I just need a reason to get out of the house. Your car is there for everything. And for everything car, there's Kelley Blue Book. Need a new set of wheels? Price it on Kelley Blue Book. Problem under the hood? Fix it with Kelley Blue Book. Can another car do the job better? Trade it or sell it on Kelley Blue Book. We're here mile after mile, moment after moment. Price it, fix it, trade it, sell it. KBB.com it. Visit KelleyBlueBook.com to get the journey started.
CSU's 11th Annual Giving Day is set to take place on Thursday, February 29th. You can leap into action and support CSU students by visiting CSUGivingDay.com on the 29th and giving to your favorite area on campus. Go Vikes!
Want a sweetheart of a deal? Get to Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. Get 0 down deals on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and Telluride. And with our lower prices and lower rates, you may be able to get into a new Kia for less than your current payment. Like a new 24 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $199 a month. 36-month lease, $34.95 to a signing, 10K miles per year, and no security deposit required. Buy a new Kia with 0%, 48-month financing, 0 down at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
0% APR on 20. Because at some point, but at some point you're going to go.
Yeah, but not without a little something on the side.
So dry out
Score
there.
big
So
at
dry.
Circle K with Pepsi 12 packs, 2 for just $12 for a limited time. And the excitement doesn't stop
What do you
there.
think
Feel
they
your
meant by
football
part the
passion
Red
and
Sea,
register in
Mary?
store for a chance to win 2 tickets to the big draft in April. Only at Circle K, where every sip brings you closer to the action.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia
Kia of Bedford has got what you need. Low payments, easy financing, and lifetime engine warranty. Lease your new Kia for as low as $139 a month for 24 months. $139. Plus, qualifying purchases get a complimentary lifetime engine warranty. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Payments based on 2024 Kia 4G LXS. New payment for well-qualified leasees with credit. 10K miles per year. $34.95 US signing plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Ends 3-4.
Protect your dream home with American Family Insurance. And you can weather any storm. You'll also save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote. Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch snuggling, ball chasing, face licking, and of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance so common with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
As someone who lives for politics, when a major scandal unfolds,
it was shocking.
I have to know, what were they thinking? Backroom deals,
huge amounts of money,
CIA secrets,
sets off a firestorm in Washington,
affairs.
No way this guy's got a mistress.
Corruption.
I knew I was a dead man.
Warning, it's even messier than you thought.
United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 23rd through March 3rd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2024 Buick Envista. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
And there's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know, after more than 20 years of offering high-quality, low-price furniture and cabinets and flooring and everything from their warehouse-style stores, Northeast Factory Direct is still committed to keeping prices low. They now have 1 million square feet packed with stuff for your home. My man Alex Nemeth, the Grand Poobah over there, you know, he manufactures their own proprietary cabinet and flooring line, so they're keeping costs low. They've got their in-house kitchen designers, if you're looking at a kitchen renovation, to help you put the whole thing together. Any kitchen remodel is going to be easy and fast and painless. They always go to your place. They double-check the whole thing after they bring it to life on the big screen. And again, you're always saving a ton of money on high-end cabinetry and countertops and everything in between, all the latest styles and colors and all of it. So if a kitchen renovation is anywhere on your to-do list, your very first appointment should be with Northeast Factory Direct. They have 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio, so there's going to be one not far from you. Or you can make an appointment online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Traffic.
From the Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Accident, left lane 71 south after the 90 split. Outbound East Shoreway, 2 left lanes blocked after East 55. Traffic is backed all the way onto the Interbelt Bridge. 90 west, 2 left lanes blocked with the crash after East 55. Traffic is back before MLK. 4 vehicles, including an ambulance, involved in a crash on Opportunity Corridor in Kinsman. 480 east in the left lane at Warrensville Center Road, traffic backing to Granger. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ken Ganley Auto Group.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
regardless of its condition or how many miles it has. Get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. And you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Nominees include Crime Junkies, The Daily, My Favorite Murder, New Heights, Normal Gossip, On Purpose with Jay Shetty, The Retrievals, Scamanda, Smartless, and Wiser Than Me. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
YouTube is the streaming partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards and will be honoring Rotten Mango with the Innovator Award presented by YouTube. Tune in live Monday, March 11th at 9 p.m. Eastern on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel. You won't want to miss this.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me. Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me.
Man, I love the story about this Cleveland tire shop that ended up being a massive. It was the center of a marijuana shipment ring or something. One of these off, out of the way tire joints, place called In and Out Tires. And Auto Care Center, that's nice. That they found out were dealing hundreds of pounds of marijuana alongside fentanyl and heroin. So kind of a one-stop shop. Thing that jumped out at me, though, was, and I don't know if this guy did this on purpose but one of the guys, his alias was Jerry Bogarty, the guy who bought the tire shop. Nobody says Bogart anymore, do they? That's old school pot slang. Yeah. Hey, don't Bogart the joint, homie.
Does that mean, like, keep it?
Yeah, you got puff, puff, pass, man. Don't Bogart it.
But why Bogart?
Keep it all for yourself. I don't know. Maybe Humphrey Bogart liked weed.
I think it was just more like Humphrey Bogart might. He might have been greedy.
Going back to the 60s. Yeah. I mean, that song's from Easy Rider, so. But boy, they scooped a lot of people up in this thing. A guy would get his pot from a supplier in L.A., and then they would drive hundreds of pounds of it to Northeast Ohio. They scooped up about a dozen people. And once the pot arrived in Cleveland, the guys who owned the tire shop sold it. In and Out Tire, Union Avenue and East 126th Street.
This explains why all those tires were so cheap. They were just making so much money with the marijuana that keeps prices low. Makes sense.
Well, but you got to want. Well, I mean, you're not in a high rent part of town either.
No, I used to go to places like this with my Mulan. Like,
sure.
I couldn't afford. 4 new tires would cost you easily $600 to $800 sometimes. And I
maybe they ever put a little gift in the wheel well for you?
No, not that I know of. They would be losing money. I remember I got all 4 tires for like $50. I think it was like $40 total one time. So it was like $10 a tire. And I was like, wow, why doesn't everybody do this? This is great. Probably waiting for my tire to blow up.
So these guys were laundering money and moving hundreds of pounds of pot through this tire shop. And they were out there making sure that they needed to get paid too. Guy was out there threatening people in the bars. They owed him money. Saying, I'm going to cut you. This guy's showing up at bars in South Euclid, Garfield Heights, Warrensville Heights. And the FBI and Cleveland units spent a while wiretapping these dudes And that's how they got what they needed to get. Found guns and pot and fentanyl and the whole thing.
At what point do you get too comfortable where you're not speaking in code anymore?
Yeah, that's a good question. Every time I watch one of these documentaries about mafia guys or whatever, I mean, I would be paranoid all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know.
You're either going to get murdered by somebody who wants to step up. You know, this is just sounds like not a mom and pop, but a dad and son situation or whatever. But
how many tires do you want? Do you want air in the tires?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
How full do you want them? What's the PSI on those tires? So, yeah, this guy, he's apparently been on law enforcement's radar for a long time, but they wanted to drill down. You know, it takes time to figure out what the, you know, who the couriers are, what the route is. He was convicted of 2 armed robberies as a teenager and got 5 years in prison. And then he spent 9 months in prison a few years ago for a high-speed chase.
Wow.
I mean, they just bought the place. So I'm curious what they were doing before this. They bought the shop like summer before last. But I would love if Jerry Bogarty was just purely coincidental as an alias, but probably not. They extorted the owner of a Cleveland barbershop by threatening to burn it down unless they paid him $40,000. Yeah, you know, you got all that cash barbershops are sitting on.
Hey, barbershops make cake, dude.
They don't make that much where they could kick out $40,000.
$40,000 just ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they take it from you once, they're going to want it more down the road.
I was going to say, barbershops thrive in the hood.
Yeah, well, walk through the one here in the arcade and tell me how you're feeling about it.
This ain't in the hood.
Well, no, but there's downtown full of people who conceivably need haircuts.
Yes, but
guy's sitting in his own chair looking out the window.
But poor people don't live downtown.
I'm not talking about where you live. I'm talking about number of people who are around.
Okay, so your thing is that you think poor people, they make a lot. I can't even.
There's certain businesses that thrive in the hood, like a dollar store, a liquor store.
It's not a mom and pop place. A Dollar General is not a mom and pop store.
I didn't say. I said certain businesses thrive.
Right, but barbershops are like locally owned places.
But I'm saying no matter what, at what stage of life you are in, you're going to want to get your hair cut. And you will pay to get your hair cut if you don't do it yourself.
But you're not paying a ton of money for places like that.
But if you and your brothers and sisters and everyone goes and it's $20 a head, that's a good chunk of change.
But it's not, though.
I mean, when I lived in Ohio City, there was a barber college right around. What was that supper club? It's probably long gone.
Touch.
Is it still there?
I don't know.
Probably.
So.
There's like a barber college right there. So you go in, you get an $8 haircut, and whatever you get, you get. But so you're finish your thought, Poundcake, because it's a hood business. They're sitting on a ton of money.
They're doing okay in business. It's not on the verge of.
No. Not okay in business. You said
doing pretty well. Yes, thriving.
Thriving.
I feel like
thriving and okay are very different levels.
I'm saying they're thriving. Barbershops in areas like that don't have a lot of money. Those are one of the businesses that will do good. They will do well.
All right. Well, you might be right.
Liquor stores aren't closing down. Gun ranges aren't closing down.
I've lived in a lot of bad neighborhoods, and I don't ever remember anybody parked out front of their barber shop in a Mercedes-Benz.
I mean, it's all walks of life that go to barbershops. I mean, I went to a barbershop up until I grew some hair out. I got the same haircut for years.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of largely what they're dealing with, too.
Yeah, you get buzz, and then here, give me my $20, and then it's on to the next person. It's like a quick 10-minute cut, if that.
Yeah.
Line up and a fade.
You're saying it's got to be a volume business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you might have noticed that the cliche of the barbershop is it's a lot of guys sitting around talking. And the reason that happens as much as it does is because they don't have somebody in the chair. So you might be right. I don't know. I'm just saying anecdotally from me, I don't recall anybody go, "Oh my God, how'd you afford this ride?" "Oh, I own a local barber shop." Okay. Yeah, a little place with a candy cane pole around the corner. Yeah. Old school.
I just say I know barbers that do really well for themselves.
Maybe they're selling pot.
They do. They're not. They open.
You don't know that.
Well,
everybody thought these cats were just selling tires.
Sure, but I'm saying like they own their own shop and they might have another business on the side.
Selling pot.
Okay. Well, I don't know if their pot does as well as their haircutting business.
Yeah, the pot's always going to do better than the haircutting business.
But
although with it legal now, I mean,
trashed.
again, they can't get these dispensaries open. Nobody can figure out what the hell's going on now. But yeah, you might be onto something. I don't know.
Someone's weed could be trash. Just because they sell weed don't mean it's great quality.
That's true. Might be dirt weed.
It's oregano. Get out of here.
Yeah, but you're not going to get repeat customers if all you're kicking out is oregano stems and seeds. I mean, you can't run a ring on that. They're not bringing back hundreds of pounds of dirt to sell at their tire shop.
I feel like if you're selling dirt weed and you get caught, they should let you go. Because just like it don't even count. Like your weed is not even of quality to count as like a felony. Let me go. I was hurting.
All right. Yeah, but what were you paying for your haircuts? I mean, they ain't no $12 haircuts anymore. I mean, those don't exist.
Yeah, they do.
Where?
Brian goes and gets his haircut at a barber shop in Berea, and I think it's like $14. He gives them $20 every time, but it's like the haircut itself is like $13 or $14.
Yeah, if you're getting a buzz cut, I'm saying a basic haircut, not doing anything elaborate. When I would get my hair cut, it would be a 2 all even, tapered in the back, and like faded up, and that was like $12 to $15.
I don't know what that means, but that kind of sounds like Brian's got real short and then just a little longer on top.
Tapered just means it's like a piece of tape, like what it looks like at the end when you're like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like a little triangle
But
shape.
Ellen, you also go to salons. You go
I'm not
get
comparing.
your hair done at a salon.
I'm not comparing myself to other people.
But what I'm saying is salon haircuts do not exist for under $35. Like if you're going to get
But
your
I'm not
haircut,
talking about salons. I'm talking about barber shops.
Yeah, barbershops are like notoriously cheap to get your hair.
Yeah, 30 years ago. Now again.
No, forever.
Okay, I'm just saying the guy here in the arcade. I don't know how busy that dude
saying
is.
That's right here, though. I'm talking about there are people that have gone. I went to my barber before I moved out to Oberlin. I went to him since I was like a toddler, young, and went to him until even when I would come home from school, I would still go to him. And all my friends would go to him. Like, it's a part of they're beacons in the community, these barbers are.
I understand. Like I said, I lived in a lot of bad neighborhoods. But those people aren't getting rich, is my point. So when you say thriving, I think that's great. I think I know what you mean. But that's not the same as them like they're driving to the suburbs to their giant home. I mean,
well, hopefully they parlay that into other businesses because the guy that I grew up with cutting my hair, he then was like, I'm too busy to cut your hair. I was like, excuse me, he acting brand new on me. He couldn't cut my hair.
Sedity?
He was all sedity?
Yeah, he switched it up on me.
Acting brand new.
He was like, but my new apprentice, he can cut your hair. I was like, I don't know him. I don't need him touching my head. I know you. He's like, nah. He's like, I can vouch for him. He cool. So he hired other guys, and they pay him like a chair fee, and then he gets that money.
Yeah.
They have clientele. So that's what you do.
Okay.
But no, they make good money, man. Barbers is like a legit business.
No, I get it. I mean,
if you have the customers, yes.
There were a few years ago. There were enough barber shops. You know, when hipsters were around every corner, there were enough barber shops kind of opening up. Now, 80% of them closed within about 18 months, but there's people around.
Yeah, like I hated that. I didn't want to tell people where I used to get my hair cut because I'm like, no, because you're gonna go and he's gonna be too busy, and I'm never gonna I hate. Towards the end.
So you didn't want him to thrive too much.
Well, he was.
You didn't want him to thrive on your time.
I did not want to wait. I didn't want to book a haircut 3 weeks in advance. Like that's doing too much. You're not available for 3 weeks.
Dude, my hair girl.
But you know how to back time your hair. Your what?
My girl isn't available for months at a time.
Nah, man, that's
I'll call
doing
and
too
be like,
much.
"Hey, can I get in at the end of March?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can do like early June."
Right?
I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
And they were like, "Well," they're like, "Can you get in at 3:30? Like at the end of the day?" I'm like, "No, I'm working then." They're like, "Well, that's the only one he has. Let me check."
Yeah, but Mary, I mean, when girls go in, it's like they're getting a color and they're getting a cut and they're getting a thing. I mean, obviously that's not a barbershop situation.
No.
You have wine and champagne while you're getting your hair cut. Gossiping.
Charcuterie.
They have coffee and tea.
Yeah.
Nah, 3 weeks is way too long. But 3 months, I'm like, man, forget you. I'm about to go to a competition.
But you also know how fast your hair grows. So when you leave, you make an appointment before you leave.
I don't know.
They always ask, want to make an appointment? And I always go, no, I'll call, because half the time I think I want to chop all my hair off, and the other half I go, no, so I'm not going to waste your time.
I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to have money then. Let me just call and see what my finances are like in 3 weeks.
You're gonna have to sweep up your own hair to pay off your haircut.
Yeah, I was like, what did they do if you can't pay once you cut? Like, ooh, well,
the barbershop equivalent of washing dishes.
Yeah, you
just don't get to go back there anymore, but you would get a free haircut. I mean, ostensibly, right? If your hair is already
can't put
done,
it back. Yeah.
They can't. Yeah, they can't undye
Take it back. You can keep this haircut. I don't care.
They glue it to your head. Look like you got a gorilla mask on your face. They just throw it in your face.
But that would work one time, and then they'd be like, you can't ever come back here again.
Yeah, no. I was getting my
Well,
haircut.
then he could go help another business thrive.
And then they could just say, well, this was $1,000 haircut, and then now it's a felony.
Oh, snap.
I will say, to your point, Alan, about nothing being cheap anymore, I didn't realize I was kind of like grandfathered in to this guy that I was getting my haircut from, because forever, for as long as I've gone to him, I've just given him $10. I've always seen friends and family give him $10. So I thought that was the rate. It wasn't until like I saw somebody else give him like $25, and I kind of like looked at him sideways, and I was just like, why did he give you $25? He's like, because that's my rate. And I'm not going to say what else he said. He's like, because that's my rate. Y'all just be shortchanging me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like
rent control on your hair.
I was like, no one's paying you $25, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, after that, I gave him like 15 because I felt bad. I was like, wow, I really been like cheating him all these years because I just used to give him $10.
Well, I'm getting all kinds of texts all over the spectrum from people about the barbershop situation.
And that's the thing. I think there's some places where they're running a good shop. They got good clientele. They're doing well. And then there's other places where it's probably tough.
Yeah.
In any area, like whether it's the ghetto or the hood, as Poundcake's saying, or
in the ghetto.
Wherever.
I've been in some barbershops where I be uncomfortable. Like I'm like, wow, like there be some thugs in there. And I just sit there, like I try.
Waiting your turn.
I don't say nothing. Head to the floor. I be looking at my shoes the entire time.
Staring straight ahead.
I'm like, I don't know where these dudes came from. I don't know where they going, but I do not want to get caught. I'm like, bruh, is the feds about to pull up in here any minute? Like, those type of barbershops
I'm just here to get a haircut. I don't want any.
But it's always those barbershops that will lay your hair out. I'm like, that's when I found out about the Beijing. I'm like, what is? He said, you want the Beijing for your hairline? I said,
from China.
What's that? No, it's the hairline.
The Beijing, yeah.
Yeah, it's the filler or the fill-in. I was like, no, everyone already knows. Like I'm receding. He's like, I could put the Beijing on there. And I'm like, no, I'm good. It's fine. I was like, my hair is not the texture for Beijing.
Did you see Fat Joe?
No.
He doesn't have any hair, but he's got like a beard, but they use that stuff to make his beard basically, and it looks so stupid.
It was in that Dunkin' Super Bowl commercial.
That's what I'm saying. If my picture wasn't scattered all over the internet anyways of like my old hairline, then yes, I absolutely would try and pull it off. But people
it's the same hairline. You just grew your hair out.
I know, but like I feel like this is my natural hair. So me trying too hard to like cover it up, I feel like that's a bridge too far. Like I'm not.
Also, one of my things that I think is so funny is when white guys try to get like the full black guy haircut where they don't even go short, where they kind of have it like grown out a little bit, and they'll like try and like gel it down, and it looks so dumb.
Well, that's the thing, and my hair is not even the texture for Beijing anyway. It's like really dark, stiff dye, and you would immediately know. Like I would
Like
probably
shoe polish.
I would get hair plugs, but it still would look like my hair. But nah, I'm not about to do that. Make a habit of that because every time you sweat or like you try and do something, it'll drip.
Look like Rudy Giuliani.
Yep.
Oof.
That's why LeBron looks so good when he's doing stuff, like after a game. Like, he doesn't wear that for games. So you always see the bald spots and stuff like that during games. But then when he goes and does, like, a press tour or something like that for
GQ.
Space Jam and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like, it's all filled up now.
He painted it in.
It could also be, like, digitally enhanced. Like, they can just do it on the computer. Forget that.
No, I'm talking about, like, he's doing, like, an interview.
Oh. Why doesn't he just get hair plugs? He's a billionaire.
He's walking around with a black Sharpie, like, on his head when he's got a photo shoot coming up. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Want to go see Vampire Weekend? You into them? They're doing a show here this summer. I'll have tickets for you on the way back.
Are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll. 21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo. Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clear sky tonight, down to 27. Increasing clouds on Friday with rain in the evening. Friday warming up to 50. Saturday mostly cloudy, high 54. Sunday mostly sunny, high around 63.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Don't miss Wayside Furniture's Leap Year celebration. Get extra discounts off their everyday low prices. 1367 Canton Road, just south of Route 224. Wayside in Akron, keeping it local since 1937.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. March will begin tomorrow, and with that comes spring, ever closer, of course. But it can be a really critical month for the windows in your home if you've thought about having them replaced. And there are a variety of reasons you can do that. I think some people think that their windows have to be literally broken for them to replace them. Not the case. What you don't want is anything like condensation. You know, everybody might have that one window they can get open. Good luck getting it closed, or vice versa. Window Nation can get brand new, fantastic, beautiful windows in your home for next to nothing. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and no payments at all for 24 months. Decide you want to redo your whole house with Window Nation windows, they're going to throw you a pair of Cavs tickets too. So weather changes by the minute, of course, this time of year in Ohio, and brand new Window Nation windows. You get them in a day or less, expertly installed. They look awesome. So windownation.com is the best place to start, or if you call, just make sure that you give them my name. 866-90-NATION. The windows come with a lifetime warranty. They look great. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and no payments for 2 years. Redo the whole house. They throw you some Cavs tickets, too. 866-90-NATION. A call. Say, Alan Cox told me. Or go to windownation.com.
This is the Auto Show Spotlight with Andrew Spitzer of Spitzer Auto World. So
AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
We're going to go see the return of Vampire Weekend. They're on the Only God Was Above Us tour. Special guest, Cults. Great band. The bulk of the Vampire Weekend tour, they're kind of rotating their support acts. Here in Cleveland, we get Cults, which is awesome. It's going to happen at Blossom on Thursday, September the 19th. It's a ways away, but you'll have the tickets in your grubby little mitts. LiveNation.com has got whatever info you need. I've got this pair for you. Caller 10. You're going to Vampire Weekend in the fall. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show.
100.7
WMMS.
No Cavs basketball tonight. They are en route between Chicago and Detroit. Oh, such a long trip. But they lost at the United Center last night. And so they'll play the Pistons in Detroit. No better way to get over a loss than by playing the Detroit Pistons. That'll make you feel like you're 18 again. But we'll see what happens. That'll be tomorrow night. That's a 7 o'clock tip. Here on MMS 6:30, when we roll out is when the pregame coverage will begin. Mary Santora will be live in here tomorrow for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Yeah, that's a whole. I'm actually flying home just for that.
It had occurred to me that one element of it being great, had Bill not won the Polar Blast, was that he would have had to have partaken in the one-chip challenge that Mary and Cody and I will be doing next Friday, is that he would have to have done a get down with a torched throat.
Oh, yeah.
And that would have been, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, we won't find out. We'll never know.
Because I won.
Yeah, because he did win. So that'll be next Friday. We will do that. And it will also be the return of Dr. Ryan Berglund next Friday. Mary will be here next Friday, too. And Dr. Ryan Berglund will be here for our next installment of Is It Red? Now, if you are new-ish to the program, he joins us a few times a year. He's a surgical urologist at the Cleveland Clinic. He's at the top of his game. Very good at what he does. And so guys will call and email and text with questions about something unfortunate happening in their nether regions. That's his bread and butter. Extra points if he examines you and it looks like bread and butter. But next Friday, he'll be here to answer your questions. So you can email them to me. We'll take your calls live. You can text them. Of course, always on condition of anonymity, if that's something that you need. We're not looking to unnecessarily embarrass anyone. But some guys lean right into it.
Yeah, some guys.
Hey, it's Frank Johnson from Medina, and mine's at a 90-degree angle, and it drips fuchsia. Is there a problem with that?
I emailed pictures.
Yeah. Did you get them? They were extra high def.
Caught in 4K.
we were talking about Nub City earlier, and somebody texted, I lost my hand. I didn't get $1 million. So I don't know what they get. Somebody else texted me and said a guy where he works lost 3.5 fingers on one hand and got $71,000. But again, I don't know if that's insurance money or if that's like that would be the company's insurance money, but they have to determine what's a finger worth. It's a foot or a toe.
It depends on what you do.
Hmm.
Your fingers are worth more money based on your profession.
Not necessarily just.
If I lost a finger,
just profession, because.
Well, if
my
you're talking
fingers do-
insurance, no. If you're talking insurance, you can't be like, but I like a light. I'm really good at light touching. They're not gonna give you more money for that.
They might.
But I'm saying, like, if you work in radio, you don't really like what we do. We're not running a board or anything. You don't really need all of your fingers,
I use
right?
all my fingers all the time.
I need all 10 of my fingers.
You might. I don't.
Actually, I'm trying to think.
You
What
could
is
probably
the?
lose each ring finger, right?
Well,
Maybe even the middle too.
I'm trying to think of the minimum number of fingers I could lose and still do this job.
Pointer and thumb are probably the only two.
Pointer
I
and thumb.
need.
I mean, I would to do this. I mean,
How many fingers do you need to do radio? That's the real question.
well, to run your board, you don't need any to do radio. But I mean, there's a lot of guys that don't run their own
You
board.
can get a.
I've always run my own board.
You can get
If
something that would work. You know, you could use a prosthetic to
You
run
could
the board.
lose. I bet you could lose your pinky and your ring on each finger or on each hand.
So I would
then
just
you
have
can
like a
still
little
run a mouse.
penguin looking thing.
You can still run a mouse with the clicking with your right hand.
Yep.
I don't know what you do with your left hand.
And
You don't
it's
wanna
not like
know.
you have to be the one running the board. You just choose to do that. If you lost, say you lose your whole arms. So
Your
you
whole arms.
Yeah,
My whole arms, the
Your
one
whole
next to
arms,
it.
up to the elbow.
Yep. Well, yes, under an extreme situation,
shoulder
I
will
would.
go, yeah.
Yes, they would have to bring a board op in here, but
But
this company, I would have to lose both arms for them to put a board op in here.
And it
for
has to
my
be
show.
somehow the company's fault. Or
That's
else
right.
They'd be like, we
Yep.
gotta move in a different
Nah,
direction.
you make enough money. Yeah.
Use
but
your
if,
toes.
like, you're a neurosurgeon and you lose a finger, that's a big deal because those are life-saving fingers, you know?
Yeah. So
you would get paid more money, is my point.
I don't
you
know
had
if
a
he-
job that requires all your fingers.
right, the whole finger, you mean?
No, the one right next to it.
I'm not going to ever make that joke. Don't ever team me up for that because I'm not going to do
Man, she is
Not a team player.
She
Not
wants,
a team player.
She wants nothing to do with anything today.
No, it's just.
God, it's like I took a dump in her soup or something.
that.
What is happening?
Don't make another poop joke, Alan.
God, looking forward to tomorrow.
Listen, don't start with me, man.
Don't start with you.
The whole show is.
I haven't even been
started.
able to
It's-
start with you. I started 3.5 hours ago.
That's the problem.
I got.
Is that what I sound like?
I don't know. I barely heard you. Hey, Rat.
Hey, little radio buddies. I'm glad everyone's doing well.
Well.
You haven't been listening to this show today.
That's a sliding scale, Rat. What's going on?
Hey, I'm glad you guys aren't super sick. I've had this influenza thing for about 7 days. Last year, I know you guys got back from that polar blast. You guys got sick.
Well, I have a head cold. Yeah, I've been off a couple days this week. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better though. Alan, I just got a freaking new $50,000 truck, and the first sticker's going. Well, the first sticker's going to say "Keep on trucking."
for you.
Yep.
Nice.
But the second sticker's going to be your Alan Cox Show sticker on the back of that bad
That's
boy.
what I love to hear, Rat. Thank you so much. I was behind a massive pickup truck this morning. I'm coming up the Shoreway, and I'm behind this massive black pickup truck. And I chuckled. It had Florida plates, but the only bumper sticker. I mean, this is the kind of truck you'd expect to see like a Come and Take It or some dopey 3%ers thing or something like that. All it had was a thin, small font sticker, lower right of the tailgate that said, I suck at fly fishing. And I was like, I don't know if that's a reference to something that maybe I'm not hip to, but I'm like, yeah, that's okay. This guy's owning it and not letting his truck take him out of enjoying his life. How did you end up with a new dropping $50K on a new truck, Rat?
Last June, some drunk idiot destroyed my Toyota Tacoma while it was parked on Lee
Look
Road
at
over
that.
in the Heights.
Man.
So, insurance cut me a check. It certainly wasn't a big one, but it was enough to put down, and
Was it more
get
than if you
closer.
had lost a foot or a toe?
Oh, I'm glad the guy who hit me didn't lose a foot or a toe. I dragged his bleeding butt out of that truck. He didn't know what the hell was going on. I go,
did?
Bro, this was a corn-rolled gay black fella in scrubs, and he was having a panic attack trying to get his truck off of my truck, but the thing was, he was in the back of my truck pretty much.
Wait, how did you know he was gay?
Oh, as soon as I got down there and I realized he wasn't a thug banger, you know, he started having a panic attack and he had this little lisp and he says, "Oh my God, my auntie's going to kill me. What am I doing?" And I hugged this man and put him on the curb and waited till the ambulance took him away.
Wow.
But anyways, we got a new truck out of the deal somehow. But Alan, I wanted to say something really cute. It'll cheer Mary up. My sister and her beautiful boyfriend went to St. Croix to get married a couple weeks ago. They eloped, and it was what they wanted. It was beautiful. Now, 4 months previously, my dad and stepmom and their Vietnam cruise people went to St. Croix, and I begged my parents. I begged them, said, "I need you to bury something on the island so when my sister and her boyfriend get there, I can give them a treasure map." And Alan, they finally did it on their last day. They buried treasure, took a picture of it, and I gave the map to my sister and her boyfriend, and they knew exactly where the treasure was. But when they got there, the big flower planters had changed and the treasure wasn't there, Alan.
So the moral of the story is what? Don't bury treasure halfway around.
I thought it would be very cute and fun for, you know, them to have a little bit of me down there, but
yeah.
Oh, well.
But they didn't find the treasure.
No, they didn't. They knew exactly where it was. That island's small. They had fun looking for it, but when they went there, it was gone.
Ah, well, at least you tried, Rat.
Yeah, can I just do a shout-out? Katie and Logan, I love you forever. You're my babies. I can't imagine anyone else with my sister. Now I'm going to cry, but I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Rat.
All right. Thank you, Rat. There's Rat, who is...
so hard to follow.
Yeah, he's very... Try reading
He's
one of his
all over the
emails.
place. Oh, I
I'm
know.
always happy when he calls because the emails, I need a decoder ring to go through those. But, okay, so he was trying to leave a little gift for the family while they went down to St. Croix. But, boy, what are you going to do? You know, as far as vacations go, you know, there are a lot of people who are like, oh, we love going on cruises. And, you know, the cruise industry was hit hard by COVID. And, of course, they're trying. They seem to be back at pre-pandemic levels from what I read. But I was watching a thing specifically for today about how a group of leap year babies, they're all grown up. They're not babies now. But there are 70 people who thought, hey, you know how we should celebrate our leap year birthday is a cruise to the Bahamas. Would that ever occur to you? Hey, let's all go on a cruise to the Bahamas.
No.
Well, it occurred to these people.
Boats.
Huh?
I don't like boats.
Right. You wouldn't want to be on a cruise.
Mm-mm.
I've been on a couple. That's plenty. These are Canadian leap year babies who are going on this cruise.
Like, the best parts are all things that you can just get done at a resort.
Right.
Like,
right.
I don't need to be traveling to port.
You don't have to be
I'm at a
ferried
resort,
back
I'll be
to
happy. Yeah.
We have this opportunity. We're going to celebrate a unique birthday with 69 or 70 other people celebrating on the exact same day. So this is fun. This is exciting. There seems to be a similarity of leapers, and I'm starting to see that they're happier. They're more, I don't know if you'd say aggressive, but they just love life and embrace it a little bit more.
Aggressive. They love life. They're so aggressive for life. I was reading about the lady who used to work on a cruise ship. We all know people who used to work on cruise ships. Did Mike Paramore work on a cruise ship?
He still does it.
He's pretty much all he does.
Okay. But a singer who used to work on a cruise ship went on TikTok and was like, doing like secrets of cruise ships and blah, blah, blah. And one of them jumped out at people when she said, have you ever been on a cruise ship? And they announced they're going to throw a free ice cream party. And she said the reason, if you're on a cruise ship and they go, hey, tonight, free ice cream party, is that they've run out of room in the morgue. And they need the room in the reefer for the bodies. And so if that's true, she could be dragging people along. But again, there is finite space on a cruise ship, as big as they are. And they always have people who die. And some of these cruises are out for a long time.
Dude, if I die on a cruise, I'm going to put it in there. I'm like, just throw me over.
Yeah.
Burial at sea.
Yes. Or like Spock. Shoot me out into the water. I mean, whatever it is.
Well, that was space.
I know, but space, you know.
Space and water are very different. Alan.
What?
I don't know if you knew this.
Isn't water in space? Isn't space in water? Doesn't water take up space?
Space is made of water.
Oh.
That's what you're thinking.
Go ahead, Cody.
Well, I was just going to say, I was thinking about going on a cruise because gay cruises are lit. So it does not surprise me at all that people would die on a cruise because they're taking all these experimental drugs. Like, so you're sequestered in there. Like, you're with a group of friends. There's no escape. So might as well, like, try ecstasy for the first time. And I just imagine.
I feel like that would be the worst place.
On a place you could fall over into the ocean?
But
No,
it's not,
thank you.
You're not near the side of the boat.
Plenty of
You're
people.
in a
That's
crowd
how
of-
people fall over the thing. They fall off their balcony. I mean, oh my God.
Because it's literally a circuit party on the water. Like, if you've seen some of these, like the gay cruise footage that I've seen, it's nuts.
Right, I'm sure it is, but still, like, one of the years that we went, all 3 years we went, there were junkets. One of the years we went, it was over Halloween. And so, obviously, Halloween festivities were going to be a big part of it. And people are going crazy. And, I mean, obviously, you know, base level partying on a cruise is everybody's drunk all the time. But you combine that with people who are also sick because they had the wrong shrimp, right? I mean, they're serving the same food repeatedly because, again, they've got a finite amount of space on the ship. And so all these things mixed together. I can't ever imagine wanting to be high on a cruise ship.
No. You can't go anywhere. You're trapped. It feels like you're in a prison.
People were going crazy on this Halloween thing. And that was only one night of the cruise was Halloween night.
What do you mean going crazy? Good way or bad way?
I mean, not great. I mean, they were hammered. People are in costume. I mean, obviously, that's an extra level of difficulty. You don't know what the hell is going on. But just people who were clearly doing more than drinking. And I'm like, man, I would not want to be to Mary's point, it's like when it comes to that, you just want to get out of the way.
Yeah, floating prison.
Oh, my God. Yeah. And, you know, obviously, some cruises they've got them for every demographic. So they have them where they cater more towards, you know, families, or they cater more toward old people or whatever. And obviously, those aren't going to be that crazy. But if you're talking about a gay cruise,
yep,
there ain't going to be no families on that.
No. Not that I've seen.
They can't even make a family on one of those. So, yeah, they're going to be going crazy on that cruise. You should go.
I want to. I just need the money first.
Oh. What's the what anyway? If they say, "Hey, free ice cream party," you know, it's because according to this lady, it's because they need the room because the morgues. It must have been a ton of ice cream parties when they got going after COVID. But when they were like, "Hey, can we please go out? Can we go out?" And we think we go. Of course, they'd go out 48 hours, and it'd be a penal colony ship or whatever. Now, if they throw you a free lemon party, Bill.
Oh God.
I'm gonna look out for that too. What's the premier gay cruise?
Lemon party.
The one that I know of.
I don't even know what that is.
Mary?
Google it.
Go to lemonparty.com.
I don't want to.
On your work computer, type in lemon party.
I don't have a work computer.
The Pied Piper Travel is the premier agency for gay and lesbian cruises.
It's just a nice little 30 Rock callback.
The one that I knew of was Atlantis Cruise Lines.
All right.
But,
well, that's probably true too.
Gay and
you could take a Mediterranean cruise, 7 nights in Greece. Wow. You want to talk about on the nose. Caribbean and Bahamas.
I do find it weird that they're traveling to places where it's not very gay friendly. You think about that?
Well, they're not traveling to places that aren't gay friendly.
Bahamas isn't really gay friendly.
But they're not. They just want people spending tourism dollars.
I understand, but like,
do they make it? All right, the Bahamas aren't very gay friendly. Act straight while you're down there.
Or like you go to a little stand and they're like, "I don't want your gay money. Don't give me that."
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
They just want you to buy their stuff.
I mean, it's legal down there, Cody. It's not illegal to be gay. So, you know.
I didn't know. I thought it was illegal to be.
No, not in the Bahamas. I don't think so. So, you know, if Mary was on one of them poop cruises, oof.
Poop cruise.
Huh?
What is it?
Like when everybody gets sick. when everybody
that would
gets
be
sick.
me. I'm sure that would be
Yeah, it'd be terrible. I mean, she wouldn't want to be on there. She'd be trying to jump overboard. Woof.
No, I don't like that idea.
That fart is so bad.
Stop. So gross, dude.
I don't know what problem you have with that.
With the wet fart that you won't stop playing, it sounds like it makes me want to puke, dude.
Doesn't make you want to eat?
No.
Does it make you all snacky?
No.
You're not peckish?
No, I just had fruit in the last break.
What kind of fruit?
Berries.
What kind of berries?
Mixed berries.
Huh.
Yes.
Were they straw, rasp, blue?
Were they $30?
Rasp, blue, and black.
Elder?
No elder. No, there's a little deli that a whole big cup of fruit is only like $8. So the cup of fruit and the wrap is like $15 together. $20 sometimes, depending on what I get. But then that's 2 dinners, 2 lunches, whatever.
Interesting. I've got to take a break. Want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
To compete in this tournament, it'll take a lot of balls and not very big ones. The Buzzard and Bud Light are bringing a mini hoops challenge to bars across Northeast Ohio. It's your shot to win a trip to Vegas, where you'll battle to win $10,000 in the finals. Friday, we're at Rookies in Parma Heights. And Saturday, we're at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights. See the full list of locations at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch snuggling, ball chasing, face licking, and of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance so common with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees, into the canyons, over the mountains, or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special, reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish, and you can have them too.
Now mix and match your Filet-O-Fish 10-piece nuggets and McCrispy. Buy one, get one for $1 at McDonald's. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation.
Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car.
Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate
at Levin. Plus, get free box spring and 5-year no-down payment financing. Prices will never be this low again at Levin's.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text? People are starting to come around to why Mary's so mad today after she said she paid $8 for a cup of fruit.
I'm not mad.
It's New York, though. I thought that sounded cheap, actually. For a thing of fruit, yeah.
For a thing of berries.
Yeah,
berries are
right.
expensive.
Yeah.
And they're always good quality. That's why I like going there.
I was going to say, I think you'd pay twice that for a thing of fruit. Good on you.
I'm not even in that bad of a mood today.
Huh.
I'm just feeling feisty.
I know the difference between feisty and...
Whatever. Then tell me how I'm feeling, Alan. Mansplain me how I'm feeling today.
No, I'm telling you how you've said you are today. You're like, who cares? That's not feisty.
What you're giving off.
What you're projecting.
Yeah.
I know feisty. I like feisty. I married feisty. I even like the artist Feist. I saw her live, and her performance was quite feisty.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're not required to be a certain way. But, don't talk to me like I'm 5.
I didn't talk. When did I talk to you like you were
I'm not
5?
mad. I'm just feisty.
I'm not mad. I'm really not in a bad mood today. I don't feel great. So I feel like maybe I just have a little bit of a shorter fuse today.
Oh, short fuse. Okay. Well, I understand that.
Mary, just let us tell you how you're feeling.
I asked you to.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to tell. I'm not telling you how you feel. I'm saying that feisty ain't nailing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've talked about people on OnlyFans and what they do and how far they go and what you need to do to see a pretty good return on your investment. Now, that all changes when you're already famous. Remember who Drea De Matteo is?
Yeah.
No.
She was on The Sopranos. She was also on Matt LeBlanc's Friends spinoff. Joey. She was Adriana on The Sopranos. And she's around my age, I think.
Yeah, she's like 51 or 52.
There you go. And she's on OnlyFans. And she said she made enough on OnlyFans in 5 minutes to pay off her mortgage. She was on Sons of Anarchy back in the day, too. Mary, you liked Sons of Anarchy.
I loved Sons of Anarchy.
You watched Sopranos. You know who she is.
Drea De Matteo.
She was Christopher's girlfriend.
Yeah. In real life.
Yeah, she's Jax's wife, ex-wife.
Yeah. Right, that's right. And in real life, that's totally her type. Like, she's married to what's his name? Shooter Jennings or one of those guys. She really likes those, like, biker type dudes, right?
How did she only have $10? This USA Today, Drea De Matteo says OnlyFans saved her when she only had $10.
Because where is she working? Well, here's why. I'll tell you why. Because she didn't want to get the vaccine. So she was losing work because she didn't want to get the COVID vaccine. Now, I don't know if she went and started screaming MAGA, woke, whatever, like Gina Carano, but Drea De Matteo was not doing the things she wanted to do. So she said OnlyFans, she made enough money in 5 minutes. Now, mind you, she doesn't get naked on OnlyFans. So this is a 52-year-old woman kicking it. Now, she's in great shape. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying she's not some 22-year-old TikToker. She's on OnlyFans in, like, black leather bustiers and making tons of money. Now, I would imagine something like this. Do you interact with people on OnlyFans? Like live?
You're supposed to. Yeah, they can do that.
Okay.
They can go live. Pay for it, though. Yeah, well, yeah.
Right. So she's like, hey, got any, I would imagine, have any Sopranos questions? Hey, do you have any Joey questions?
Sons of Anarchy, yeah.
For the 10 of you who watch Joey, do any of you have questions? And, of course, she probably had to kick up half to Silvio. So she's making a lot of money. And good for her, because I think she's super foxy. But for somebody who's not getting naked on OnlyFans, and you do see that a lot, because they want to get paid extra for the naked stuff, right? Is that how it works? Hey, you got to hit me up.
Well,
give me this
some
much.
people just don't get naked on there. They'll do like suggestive stuff, but they won't get fully naked.
Okay.
There's people like that.
Well, she's one of them.
Mm-hmm. And good for her. She made
a
ton of money.
Yep. After turning down the COVID-19 jab, a decision that made it tricky to find work in Hollywood, the actress found herself with just $10 in her bank account. $10. Wouldn't you get on OnlyFans before you had just $10 in your account?
Doesn't sound as dramatic if you got $17. $10 is where it really hits people in the heart.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
I can barely buy a cup of fruit in New York with that money.
Right.
Wow.
Or a haircut.
Or a haircut. You ain't going to get no $10 haircut. What can you reasonably get, Mary,
I'm listening.
in New York right now for $10? Don't say a slice.
Well, you can get a slice.
Yeah.
You can get
You get probably 2 slices.
well, at the diner right next door, you can get a salad or a wrap for $8.99, but you
Okay.
can't do anything fancy to it, and no
Right.
side. But you could get a salad, a small salad, or a basic wrap for
Yep.
$10. You could get a cup of fruit.
Enough to put something in your belly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like grab and go markets that'll have like a cup of yogurt or overnight oats
Yeah.
or something like that. Like you could get a meal that you can stretch into 2 meals
Okay.
for $10.
Gotcha. I just always think of like all that kind of stuff being like just $20
It's not though.
off the top. Okay.
You just got to find the right places to go. Because the first day that I got here and worked at the radio, I just stopped at the first, like, oh, they had salads. I saw that they were advertising salads, right? And I walked in and I got a like $22 salad. And I'm like, I'm going to have to move home in 6 months if this is how this is. But then, like, you know, you're there a little longer. You're going to the same place. You're like, okay, let me try this diner tomorrow. Let me go into this place on the way out. And you'll find the places that have good deals.
Hey, did you guys hear Mary's back home? Oh, my God, what happened? $22 salads.
There's nothing I could do about
They
it. you know?
carved her out like a Thanksgiving bird.
But she looks great.
Does she?
Well, she dropped a bunch.
I'm down like 13 pounds.
Oh, are you really? Oh, good for
Yeah.
you.
I posted a picture on Instagram from my Don't Tell special. And I wore the same outfit the other day. And my pants were like baggy. And I'm like, damn, Mary, look at me going.
That's from moving to New York. You're down that since moving? You attribute it to that?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I posted another picture a while ago. They're all up on my Instagram. I posted another one a while ago where I lost 10 pounds in 1 month. Like, it was December, the end of December, I had a doctor's appointment, and I weighed 149 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
And then here, it was like 136. So, I mean, from the end of December to the end
How
of
many
January.
steps a day are you getting usually in New York?
It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm just coming to work, I'll probably get like 8,000 or 9,000. But if I'm doing shows and stuff, it's closer to like 13.
So
or
just
14.
like on a day when you don't have a lot to do, you're getting
on a
almost
day when I
10,000,
don't have
yeah.
a lot to do, I'm getting 8,000 steps.
Yeah.
That's
'Cause
awesome.
The train is almost a mile away. It's like a 17-minute walk to the train. So that's 35 minutes of cardio every single day.
Yep, that's great.
Yeah.
Did you guys get all that rain blowing through?
It rained for like 2 days straight.
Yeah, okay.
Not yesterday, but the day before. It rained overnight, all day, and then into overnight again.
Christina from the West Side, Poundcake, says that her cousin lives in Miami, and he went on a gay cruise for his 50th birthday. Ironically, the Virgin Cruise. So maybe look into that.
I didn't know if there was more to the story. Like, he went on a cruise for his birthday and just didn't come back.
No, she said the ship looked insane and
No, I
had a great time.
I have no doubt that it's insane. Like, I honestly think after I would go on something like that, I'd probably have to take a 4 to 6 week gay cleanse. Like, I don't think I would be gay for 4 to 6 weeks. No.
You wouldn't
Needs to be
gay.
straight.
Like, I would be. I'd be over gay.
You'd be
people.
so over. You'd be OG. You'd be so overloaded.
Yeah, I'd be regular. Like, I'm like, all right, I got all the gay out of me this weekend. I'm good for 4 to 6 weeks.
Wow. How do you land on 4 to 6 weeks?
I don't know, but I feel like that's a good cleansing period.
Yep.
They usually say 4 to 6 weeks to start a new medication or to
Develop
get
a habit.
get something out of your system. 4 to 6 weeks.
I thought it took 21 days to develop a new habit, or is that something somebody made up?
All made up.
You know, I was going to say, these things kind of work their way into common knowledge, but they all sound
all
made
it
up.
takes is one puff.
Oh, I learned it from watching you, Dad. By the way, with all due respect, and I do love the drag community, and you're never going to top Poundcake's drag name, which is what?
Oh, wish a bitch would.
Oh, wish a bitch would. So a buddy of mine sends me this. He works in the Loop downtown in Chicago. And the Walnut Room, there's a very hoity-toity joint there at the Macy's flagship store on State Street in Chicago. And the Walnut Room has Beyonce-themed drag show coming up. And so where they have food and there's drinks and the dancers are doing sets and it's a lot of fun. And a lot of people go. And the show is emceed by Chicago drag icon Lucy Stool.
Stop.
Now,
very funny.
Now, here's what I'm saying. I think people who freak out, and you notice kind of people freaking about their kids with drag story hour, that's all kind of gone away because those right-wing nut jobs have moved on to their next abomination or whatever. But I understand if you might not want your kid to be introduced to Lucy Stool, because that's like clever, but in a really gross way, and it has a very specific meaning. So I'm like, I don't know. This is probably not geared toward families. But that would be a situation where I could understand where somebody go, I don't know that I want to take my kid to see Lucy Stool. That is up there with a wish a bitch would, though. That is up there. The upcoming brunch is going to be Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and Bad Bunny themed. The tickets alone are $20. That doesn't even include brunch.
Dude,
and you got to tip the dancers.
I'm kind of pissed that drag has gone mainstream because that means everything's more expensive now. Like it used to be just gay bars would host.
Blame RuPaul. Don't blame them.
That's what I'm saying is like our culture has now like is a part of pop culture. And so
isn't that what you want? Don't you want more mainstream acceptance?
Because it's more expensive. Like drag brunch just used to be in gay bars.
I see.
And now everywhere you go, we offer a drag brunch. Okay, but it's a $20 cover. Like, you guys are doing cover? I didn't even order anything yet. You're like, yeah, we got to pay the drag queens. I'm like, that's not how they do it at the gay bars. This used to be the only place they were able to work, so we could just pay them what we wanted.
People's success is making you upset.
Because it's costing him more.
Mm-hmm.
He wants people to thrive, just not in a way that cuts into his bottom line.
Well, I got to pay.
Come here, do a drag show, go on to the Name New York Fruit Cup, and charge $10.
Yeah.
And you'll be there.
I mean,
if I wasn't a wish a bitch would, it would have been Anita LaCroix.
That's probably taken.
Is it?
I mean, probably. I feel like drag names are like roller derby names. Even if you come up with a really good one, somebody probably already came up with it before you. Doesn't make it less funny. Just means you're not going to have it to yourself.
Or like podcast names. They're like, I got a great name for a podcast. And then you look it up, and there's 47 versions of it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know. I was clicking around. There's 5 other Bill Squire shows. What?
There's one person, but I don't think she's a drag queen. Her name is actually Anita, and it's LaCroix. She's not a drag queen.
That's, Anita LaCroix.
And plus, LaCroix's kind of out of style now. That was like peak 2018, 2019.
Well, but you could take the name Anita and find a million suggestive terms that you could potentially put with it.
Anita Menthol?
Amanda Hug and Kiss. I mean, that's a classic, right? It's not a drag name. It's a classic Simpsons joke. Yeah. But Anita Weiner. How about that?
Too cliche.
No, I know. It's not. It's low-hanging fruit. But anyway, you're mad that drag is like a big deal now. Yeah, but you know what? I think you can take solace in the fact that the bigger things get, they tend to go away. And it's cyclical, so it won't be that big for that long. That's why they're kind of trying to strike while the iron's hot, I think.
Yeah, these drag queens all.
And you're trying to be a patron of the arts, by the way. You wanted us all to come out and see your thing.
I wanted your money.
And that's what I'm saying, and we were happy to do it. But that was one and done. These are people who have to get tucked and strapped every day to do this.
I have newfound respect for drag queens.
Oh,
I didn't know
my
it
God.
involved all that. My drag mentor was like, okay, you need to shave. So I shaved, and he's like, ugh, you're such an amateur. Yeah, I told you to shave. I was like,
Drag woman tour, Poundcake.
Malibu, Peru. And I shaved, and she was like, no, they're not good enough. So she had to like put a layer of makeup on me to cover up my 5 o'clock shadow. I was like, I literally shaved this afternoon. I don't know what more you want. I got hairs.
Yeah.
Poundcake has hairs. Anita doesn't have hairs, or Awisha.
Awisha Bitchwood does not have hairs. Anita LaCroix doesn't have. Lucy Stool has hairs. I want to know what names she went through before she landed on that. She goes, I don't know. You know, I want to have a broad appeal. And
I'm sure Broad Appeal is a good drag name.
Broad Appeal?
Broad Appeal.
Broad Appeal.
That's a good one.
Because back in the day, there were a lot of like female punk artists that would have like drag. They were kind of all part of that performance art community. So like Sharon Needles or Hedda Lettuce or things like that.
Sharon Needles.
You never heard Sharon Needles?
No.
Oh, that's a classic.
God,
Yeah.
where's Carrie Nichols? That used to be my favorite drag queen at Bounce.
What about Britta Filter? Might get sued for that. But.
Britta Filter.
Aurora Borealis? Crystal Decanter? Pheromone? Pheromone.
That's a good
there you go. Penetration?
Ew.
Here's a good one. RuPaul.
Yeah, that's not going to get anybody anywhere.
From the Bible. Oh, okay. Awana Kamanya? I think that's Russian. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was that's a Russian one. Oh, my goodness.
I wasn't drinking anything, but I still kind of did a spit take on that one.
Mimi, I'm first. How about that one, Poundcake?
I love that one.
There you go.
Mimi, I'm first.
Like me first in the gimme gimmies. Oh. Okay. Listen, Poundcake can call drag culture his culture, even though he is not an active, even though he did it one time.
She's dead. I wish a bitch would dead.
Right.
She died.
Yep.
She did.
Be like me calling snowboarding culture my culture after I did it one time.
I love a drag brunch and a kiki, and I don't want to have to pay more for what was already ours that you people took from us. Always taken.
Yeah, but people were always paying to see a show. They weren't putting on free drag shows back in the 70s and 80s.
We were tipping. It wasn't a cover at the door.
There were plenty of places where you were paying to get in.
No, not my place. I would walk in. They were like, give you a mimosa. You get some light finger food. And then
some light touching.
Some light finger food. And then the drag queens will come by, and then you tip as you go.
Yeah.
Everyone, $20, $30 here. And then you tip.
Sharon Peters. It's kind of old school. I'm going to break. If you want to send the last word, do it by text. 35192 to get me there. You got the Corey Roddick Experience, by the way, on the way. No Cavs tonight. So 6:30, you're going to have Corey tonight here on The Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart